Good evening. Welcome, everyone, to the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission. It's Monday, June 22nd at Birmingham City Hall, 151 Martin Street. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bingham, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Ballard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Kolb.
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We move on to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. I have an announcement that is not on the agenda, and that is that our Chief of Police, Scott Gruey, has submitted a letter. He will be taking his retirement effective July 17th. July 17th. I thought that was the day. And we wish him well and congratulate him. So, moving on, we have appointments. The first set of...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I make a request that we move open to public for comment for matters not on the agenda before appointments, since I suspect appointments is going to take a considerable amount of time potentially.
And I suspect open to the public for matters not on the agenda will likewise take some time as well. I think that folks, you can make that motion,
All right.
and if it's seconded, we can comment on it.
Second.
Okay, comment on the motion. I would comment that both are likely to take time, and that there are a lot of people here for both of those items, and there was some expectation of those who viewed the agenda online that that one was going to come before the other. But I am perfectly willing to go with the pleasure of the commission. So happy to take a vote on the motion if there's no other comment.
Did Commissioner Haig have a comment?
No, I thought we were voting already. He just kept talking. So, yeah, I'm voting yes.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? One, two. Okay. Motion passes. So we will now open it up for comment from the public for matters not on the agenda, which may be limited to a certain number of minutes per person. We're going to make that 3 for tonight, and the clerk will keep track. That's at this section of the agenda. We're going to limit it to 3 minutes. And this is for items that do not appear anywhere else in the printed agenda. The commission will not participate in a question and answer session and will take no action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. The public can also speak to agenda items as they occur when the presiding officer opens the floor to the public. So when you are recognized by me, please state your name for the record and direct all comments to the chair. I suspect there's going to be some comments on the pool party. And raise your hand if you intend to comment on the pool party. Okay, only 3. So I want to make some comments of my own before we get into that. I want to express my heartfelt apologies. I believe that I'm probably joined by everyone else on the commission for the police response last Saturday. I also want to tell you that the responding officers and the dispatch officers share in that sentiment. We know that We did not perform up to the expectations that you all have. We attended that meeting last Monday, and though we had been briefed briefly on what had occurred, whether you're here tonight or you're listening, your in-person eyewitness testimony to what occurred, you witnessed us learning that in real time. And we know what a disruption it was to the neighborhood. I don't think any of us sitting up here would have tolerated such a disruption in our own neighborhoods. And I'm going to call on the city manager momentarily and the city attorney to tell you, the city manager will tell you what we're doing to make sure something like that never happens again. I do want to call attention to a letter that is in the packet tonight from Brian Brown and his wife Eaton. And it is an excellent letter, and it has been, I think everyone up here appreciated it, agrees with what's in there, and the city administration is using it as a template for their response to you. I'm not going to read it because it's 2.5 pages, but I'm tempted to. And so I will, so understand that we are sorry. And I'll give it over to Jana Ecker, our city manager, first, and then we'll go to Mary Kucharik, our city attorney.
Okay, well, just to add to the fact that last Monday, we did give a presentation, I did, presentation onto what had transpired and what our debriefing and our review was, at least as of Sunday and Monday after the pool party last week, so I won't repeat all of that. But as Mayor Baller has indicated, we have identified some areas that we could certainly do a little bit better to respond in the future. And there's a couple of different ones. Mayor Baller has asked me to go through the questions provided in here, and I will, and I'll expound a little bit. First question asked by Mr. Brown was, what changes will be made to ensure police officers respond more effectively to similar situations in the future? Okay, there's kind of 3-4 things that we have already done. As I mentioned, we went through an extensive debriefing process last Monday in conjunction with the city attorneys, the police department, myself, code enforcement, et cetera, to review all of the things that happened and look for places where we could make improvements in the future. Follow up to that, we had a long discussion on Friday with the prosecutor for the city attorneys, myself, the police department, and the code enforcement to review all of the issues and to review the law on the police officers' right to enforce zoning ordinances and how we should handle this type of thing in the future. For instance, one of the things raised was, well, it was simply a noise violation. It was zoning, and code enforcement has to handle zoning. So I think that's a very gray area under the law, but we did a deep dive into it, and we looked at what the law says, and we discussed with the police department what they can do in the future to ensure that they coordinate more with code enforcement and that they shut down things a little bit earlier, and all of the things that they can do to make it different in the next scenario. And I'll answer that question a little bit later, but in terms of what those items are, we also reviewed all of the other nuisance ordinances that could be applicable to this and any other gathering similar to this. As you recall, you heard comments last meeting that, well, the police told us it was just noise and there's nothing else we can do. So we've had an extensive debrief and review of all of the different offenses that we could look at, and that is why you saw additional charges that were placed on Monday that include breach of the peace, nuisance, permitting disorderly gatherings, and so on, in addition to noise. So there are some times where you can see that something is getting large enough that it has the potential to spill over. And even though it might not be 70 decibels of noise at that exact moment, it's building and it looks like it's going to create a nuisance, and it did create a nuisance, as we know. So that's another thing. So we also discussed in our meetings that when there's a doubt on, on a Saturday night when something comes up, the police, if they can reach out to the chief, if the chief doesn't know the answer, they should reach out to our code enforcement team, to our city attorney, to myself, to discuss live. I always have my phone on me, so do the city attorneys. Call us and tell us what it is, and we'll work it through with you. Also, the other thing is that we determined that when you're shutting down a party, you need to have some police presence there to ensure the safe and orderly exodus of all of the people, because bad things happen when a lot of people leave a premises at the same time. So those are some of the things that we discussed and policy changes that were made as a result. The next question was, what guidance or protocols will be established for shutting down overcrowded, disorderly, or commercial-operated parties in residential neighborhoods? As I mentioned, we are going to review all of the things to find a way when you see that something is trending and getting to be a little too disorderly, that you can make those charges and shut it down sooner. And again, you need to have a police presence during that exodus. Now, I understand we heard that the police were not on site when they shut down the party because they got called to another accident, a motorcycle accident on Woodward. In that case, there are other things we could do. We could have kept back one officer. We could have contacted our mutual aid agencies around us to assist us in providing coverage for that, to make sure there's a smooth exodus of people. And I think all of what I've said so far addresses the third, which is how the city will ensure that neighborhood residents receive priority consideration when their safety, peace, and quality of life are being disrupted. I think all of those things say that we know that the neighbors want to have peace and quality of life, and we do have to act within the confines of the law, but I think there were other options and other pathways we could have used to help us get there a little sooner, and we will do that going forward. Fourth, what changes, if any, will be made to dispatch procedures to ensure residents' concerns are treated seriously and communicated accurately? I think I personally discussed with the police chief that we need to have training provided to officers and dispatchers alike to make sure that they receive better training on what some of the other issues are, what to do when there's a potential zoning violation, and how to handle and deal with residents in a polite and calm manner. I know there were a lot of calls. We heard last Monday that a lot of people made multiple calls to the police. It is our intention in the future that this will be addressed swifter next time, so that you won't have to get to the fifth police call when you see that things are getting a little over the top. And when I say over the top, it's whether you want to talk about the fact that it was not just noise, there was potential other violations, that there was potentially a commercial event occurring with their own security team and charging money to get in, the homeowner was not home, all of that as well. We also, since then, I also wanted to mention that part of the zoning violations that we gave included a cease and desist order to stop using the pool, the deck, and the garage due to some other building code issues that were unresolved that had meant that those permits had not been fully closed out. So thankfully, we did not have any other incidents this weekend, and I think that was probably part of the reason why we avoided potentially another activity going on in that particular pool, at least. How will the police department proactively protect neighborhoods from similar events before they escalate into public safety emergencies? As I just, everything I've said, especially and in particular, using the full breadth of all of the nuisance type offenses that we could look at and consider when we're faced with this situation. And I think the city attorney will talk a little bit more about what the nature of those offenses are and what the implications are. And so this is kind of a summary, all of it, as to the accountability measures that'll be implemented and have been implemented already. Obviously, as the facts unfolded on Monday and Tuesday in particular, we've continued on, and this is still something that we're spending a lot of time on in the city administration, with the prosecutor, with the city attorney, and with the police department. And so we definitely thank everyone that came to the meeting last Monday and provided a little more detail on what happened, and also we do thank our police as well for all of the work that they did, but I think there's always, just whatever happens, there's always a little room for improvement, and I think that these are the things that we will be doing to make sure that we have a better response in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. City Attorney.
Yes, mine will be brief. I think the manager covered it quite well. We keep talking about the difference between zoning ordinance and other ordinances, and I'll just touch on that briefly. The zoning ordinance is part and parcel of our general code of ordinances, but the zoning ordinances have specific remedies, requirements, and ramifications, and those are presided over by the building official per state law. The other types of misdemeanors that we are talking about come under the general offenses. I've heard references to the fact that both the homeowner and the party organizer received citations. That is not a correct term. They're not citations. They are, in fact, criminal misdemeanor tickets. So the homeowner has received 4, one of them for a zoning violation, which is also a misdemeanor, and then 3 others: gathering of disorderly persons, breach of peace, and causing a public nuisance. And the party organizer has received a noise violation, gathering of disorderly persons, and also public nuisance. So these criminal misdemeanors will follow the criminal law process at the 48th District Court. The first step in that process is arraignment of both people, which is to occur July 22nd. At the arraignment, the judge or magistrate will tell the 2 gentlemen the charges against them, the potential penalties, and their rights under the Constitution as to how this progresses. The second step will then be pre-trials, where the parties and/or their attorneys will meet with our prosecutor and discuss how the cases are going to proceed. So it tends to be a little longer process in the 48th District Court. They're extremely busy, but it is important that that process is protected and adhered to. I know this evening there will be a lot of public comment by a number of different people. I want the public to understand that I'm cautioning all of you and all of us that response to particulars or questions would be inappropriate, as we need to respect the criminal process and allow it to play itself out at the 48th District Court in its due course.
Thank you. And now, with no further ado, we'll take public comment.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. I'm Michael Lutz. I'm a member. I've been living in Birmingham now for 26 years, and it's been a great time here. I'm glad to be here, and also I'm kind of not glad to be here. I live in Poppleton Park, and in Poppleton Park, as many people are aware, there's been quite a bit of construction, particularly on Wimbledon Road, and it's been a protracted process. As a result of that, and since Wimbledon Road has been closed for such an extended duration of time, our street that I live on, which is Madison, is the only street off of Woodward where these trucks can get access to Wimbledon and can get up there. And so we've had an excessive amount of traffic on our street to the point where our road has become destroyed because of all the heavy trucks and all the traffic that has occurred on Madison going up Oxford to get to Wimbledon. As a result, it's really not very safe to walk on. It's not safe to ride a bike on, which I do quite a bit of, and there's many bicycle clubs that use that as their main thoroughfare. So what I'm requesting is that Birmingham is reassess our street and give some thought to repairing and doing some damage control for the street as it exists now, so that people can safely ride, walk, and actually travel on the street of Madison, which is from Woodward to Oxford. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And the city manager has taken a note.
Thank you.
Good evening, David Bloom, Birmingham resident. I'm here to make some comments about the pool party. I was at the meeting. I heard a lot last week. I heard a lot of upset residents. They absolutely had a right to be upset. If I lived in that neighborhood, I would have been extremely upset too. There were a lot of comments by residents wishing or expressing concern that the police ought to have done more and ought to have done it sooner. If I was a police officer responding to that event, I might have felt a little uncomfortable. We live in an age where there are many people who make judgments about things happening based on identity. And if the party had been shut down earlier, or something had gone wrong, instead of having 50 residents complaining, you could have had 150 or 200 people at that meeting calling for defunding the police. So I think we ought to cut the police a little slack and a little grace for what happened and the judgments that they made or didn't make that evening. I think that the biggest fault was the issue of the police not knowing that it's a violation of our ordinances to charge for a party. That probably would have been the easiest justification to shut down the party earlier without causing bigger problems down the road. Also, there were comments about the road being blocked and people blocking driveways and things like that. And what I don't understand is if that was the case, why those individual vehicles weren't ticketed and the vehicles weren't moved or towed. And I think if that had happened, that and vehicles were like blocking driveways and things and the vehicles were towed, that's not necessarily an onus on the person throwing the party or the owner of the property, but the individuals that decided to park where they shouldn't have parked. And that may have been another way of addressing the situation, and I don't know if that's happened. So those are my remarks, and I wish you all a good evening.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor Baylor. Thank you. My name is Brian Sullivan. I live at 314 Larchley. I share a fence with Alexander Simpson, 307 Westchester, and I have since I moved in 2023. First and foremost, I'm really excited with everything I heard. This is really cool. So and I'm up here for my kids, just so everybody here knows, I'm up here for my children. I'm up here for my children, and I'm up here for the children of the community. That's why I'm standing up here. I can't write fast enough. So you said public nuisance, breach of peace. Well, just so I know, because that's what I was doing, looking at ordinances and ways that this can be shut down quicker next time. So what are they?
Gathering of disorderly persons.
Okay. Yep.
Breach of peace.
I got that.
Public nuisance.
Public nuisance, thank you. Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
And it's under chapter 74 of the Birmingham City Code.
Okay, I appreciate that. So there's a couple things, one, I want to talk about. One, Alexander Simpson is the problem, and he's not the problem, right? I'm here advocating for my children and the children of Birmingham on behalf of the Alexander Simpsons of the world. The gentleman has a profound lack of empathy, an inability to feel remorse, and a consistent disregard for social norms, rules, and the rights of others. I've been listening to his pool parties since 2024 when he put the pool in. And what I did is I printed out 3 songs here. NWA, DMX, we get to listen to this all the time. There's upwards of 50 swear words in each song. This one's disgusting. Okay, this is what my kids get to listen to, the kids in our neighborhood. I'm going to leave it with you guys. And because race gets thrown around, I printed out a Walker Wheeler Jr. I don't want to hear this either. I don't want to hear any of this smut in my neighborhood, any of this profanity. I don't care what the color of the artist is. Right? I don't want to hear it. My kids don't want to hear it. So my question is, next time Alexander Simpson has a party, or the Alexander Simpsons of the world have a party, and they're at the 75 decibel level, and I got to listen to this smut all day, is this how it's going to get shut down next time? Is this how it's going to get shut down? Also, I want to work with you guys. How do we get the decibel level to like 40? I mean, these are small yards. So I don't know if you answer my questions. Do you answer my questions in this or no?
Tend not to.
Okay, got it. So then I'll follow up with y'all. So one, what I need to learn is what's the path forward to get the decibel level lowered to 40 in Birmingham. 2, this smut, when they're playing it, when I call the police next time, because it's going to happen. He's on Facebook. I see all his party promoters already saying they're going to throw parties. It's going to happen again. I want a response. So that's the first thing. This is unacceptable. I don't care the color of your skin, what type of artist you are. I don't want to hear this in my neighborhood. You basically answered my questions on the ways that he was given misdemeanors and anybody else that does this. So that
Hold
helps me.
on, could you reset the clock to 1 minute?
Yeah.
Because you had that exchange where she was, so I want to give you an extra minute.
Yeah, okay. And
Can't set it.
Okay, we'll
that's
just
fine.
watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna, so that's really what I want to know. What are the ways around like disturbing the peace? So you've given me some paths that the police can shut this down sooner. So you've answered my questions. But and you guys talked about the police response, right? I mean, dispatch, when we told them what was going on, they told me that they were allowed to sell wristbands, they were allowed to have this party, they're allowed to have a party. He hung up on me. And first of all, I said to the dispatch guy, wow, America is going to hell in a handbasket. I can't believe you guys are going to allow this. The police dispatch hung up on me. I called him right back and I was like, did you just hang up on me? He was like, no, I didn't hang up on you. We're getting a lot of 911 calls. So maybe that plays into what other citizens were saying last week about the police you guys not being staffed adequately. You guys saw the nudity. You saw the bare-breasted women bouncing around. My kids just got to go on the trampoline to see this. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing, but it can't happen next time. And someone did ask me if the apology on Facebook was enough. Community members asked me from the police department. And you know what my response was? I don't care about that Facebook apology. That's not the apology. The apology next time is the police doing their job and shutting it down. So I'll see if the apology actually happens next time this happens to my neighborhood or any other neighborhood. And I know for a fact that the police have walked into my neighbor's backyard when his wife and 4 friends were just sitting around their hot tub, shut it down. I got a prominent buddy. Everybody in here would know this business name. The police just walked right into his backyard twice and shut down the party. And my wife was talking to another resident just drinking wine, Benson Boone, and they came and said, turn the music down or shut it off. So we need to remove race from this equation, what everybody's talking about. It's not about that. It's just about doing the right thing. So.
Thank you.
Please leave me with the lyrics that you had.
Yeah, it's brutal. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to prove, what I'm trying to point out is, I don't care if it's NWA, DMX, or this country singer, Walker Wheeler Jr. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this stuff in my yard. Thank you.
I will
appreciate
make a
everybody.
general statement, not
Appreciate
necessarily in response to what you're saying, and that is that there is a section of our agenda where a commissioner can raise a topic for future discussion, and perhaps one of our commissioners will raise a topic for future discussion. Next.
My item's
No,
not
you
on
have
the
to
full-
address you have to
I'll
approach.
address. My item's not on the full party. I don't want to break the trend.
That's okay.
Good evening, Jim Arpin, Birmingham resident, also a member of the Advisory Parking Committee that I may be reappearing this evening as, but today I'm a resident. I wanted to share my request for the city leadership to consider proposing a resolution to enact a culture around the use of enterprise management software. 3 weeks ago, the mayor and I shared some ideas on current issues where a city enterprise management information system would help resolve current issues involving cross-collaboration between departments. The use of enterprise software such as OpenGov, which the city is currently invested in, eliminates manual data entry, reduces calculation errors, allows real-time cross-department collaboration, and enables automatic generation of interactive, resident-friendly budget dashboards, just to name a few of the advantages. At the present time, I'm aware of at least 12 siloed software applications deployed by the city, providing many efficiencies, but not to the degree of an enterprise software system. To summarize, city-owned OpenGov enterprise software could provide for error reduction and edit functionality, cross-department collaboration, numerous opportunities for efficiency and time savings, greater opportunities for public engagement. It's audit-ready compliant. Every decision, status change, and funding request bonds and grants is logged, making compliance reporting straightforward. I was surprised to see the request for 3 bound copies of the CIP in the RFP resolution this evening, without a request for any enterprise software application concepts in the RFP. Please consider the potential for bound paper copies of any plans are most likely to promote boundless inefficiencies and bottlenecks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If you're online, please use the raise your hand function, and we will recognize you. If you're in the room, approach either one of the microphones.
Good evening. I'm Jay Seifman. I live at 420 East Frank, which is right next to Old Woodward, across the street from the CVS on Old Woodward. And I'm here today to talk about an issue that we've had since I've been living there for 3 years, and that is the traffic on Old Woodward at our intersection and at the intersection of Hazel. I have a map to, if you guys want to see it, so that I can make it more clear what I'm talking about.
You can give him all of them, and he'll
Yeah.
pass them down like first grade.
Pass that down.
He lives there. He doesn't need a map.
So there's no traffic signals or a traffic control on Woodward at Hazel or at Frank Street. And the intersection, you can see that they're not a X intersection where you can have a four-way stop. And the street, Hazel hasn't been open in 3 years, which is a problem too, which is a different problem to address. But the traffic control is non-existent. And I walk on Old Woodward and I drive on Old Woodward every day, probably 6 or 7 times a day. I go out and I walk 6 miles a day and whatever. And since there's no traffic control, I was told by several members that are sitting here today that you step off the curb on Old Woodward and the traffic should stop. Well, it doesn't happen all the time. You have people coming from south of Brown. They have a tendency to speed up for whatever reason, and they exceed the speed limit. And by the time they see me coming across the street, it's a problem. I have to jump out of the way. It's even worse for cars on Frank Street. When I exit my place and I go east to Old Woodward, I have to go into the pedestrian crosswalk in order to see cars coming north and south. And the problem is, I'm looking north to see if a car's coming, and I don't see a car coming. Then I look south and I don't see a car coming. But by the time I turn around north, there's cars coming. And that's partially caused by the fact that the street is too narrow and was built too narrow, and the sidewalk is too wide. And I even have a picture of, and when you have a truck that's parked in front of the CVS that's a large truck, most of the time you can't see past them. This guy, I just want to show you, this guy parked on the curb. He was actually courteous and parked on the curb in order to not be in the driving lane. Now, I've talked to the police department, I've talked to the fire department. The police officers actually tell me that our intersection is one of the dangerous intersections. I've talked to the police department liaison, and I really haven't gotten anywhere. Nobody seems to want to do anything. I'm willing to work with the city to try to get something done. We have places in Palm Beach where I've said to them, to the police department, you know, when we have traffic issues in Palm Beach, what they do at the intersection is they put a police car there, and there's no policeman in it, but they got the lights on. Well, when you see a police car with lights on, what do? You slow down. You know, it creates an atmosphere where instead of having people speeding south on Brown or north on, south of Brown on Old Woodard, create some kind of an incentive, or put a stop sign there, or even put a signal there like we have at the waterfall on Maple. But you really need to do something to make that place safer, and I would really like you to address it. I'm happy to show you guys what's going on out there and meet with you and try and resolve the problem. I wasn't here, so
We really need to wrap it up.
I am going to wrap it up.
And I can tell you that we are giving greater attention now to crosswalks, to pedestrian safety. As we all know, there was a fatality last month. And in tonight's packet, I believe, is a memo regarding our direction to the multimodal board to give more attention to this matter. And I can assure you that after your speech tonight, the city manager will make sure that intersection is near or at the top of their consideration.
And I appreciate that. Now, I didn't come here to talk about the swimming pool, but I just wanted to make one comment about
Well,
what...
your time is up. I'm sorry.
Let me just say one comment about what you can do. I've been in other neighborhoods in other states, and they have ordinances that absolutely restrict and forbid music in outdoor pools, and it's enforceable in California and Florida,
we will be
and I
looking
think
into it.
maybe we need an ordinance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tim Bradley, 519 Wimbledon Drive. This is not an agenda. I'm here to talk about West Wimbledon, the status of the work there. So last Tuesday, June 16th, the road work finished, and myself, my family, and all my neighbors were shocked at the shoddy and poor quality of work done on the actual final stage, the road stage. I scrambled to take about
Mr. Bradley?
Yes,
Do you mind if I interrupt you?
please do.
Okay. I drove it. I have urged every other member of the city commission to drive it.
Okay.
We have spoken to the city manager.
Okay.
I do not believe that the surface of that road meets a standard acceptable to anybody.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate the applause, but
no applause.
no applause, please. All right. So I am going to ask the city manager
Thank you.
to make a statement for us, and then if you would like to continue, you may, but trust that we are all aware of the situation. And for me personally, I've been waiting for the conclusion of this project to see, what happens. And now that it's almost concluded, we see what it is. And I also wonder, given all the other problems we've had with this, whether we could have expected anything better. But the city manager will tell us what this, and possibly the city attorney, because this involves contracts. Okay, she doesn't want to talk. but this one will, so she's going to tell us where we are on that, okay?
Yes, and thank you. And I just wanted to, as you know, Mr. Bradley, I've talked to you out there before. I have personally driven the road as well, and we've had people looking at it. I do want to say that it is not finished yet. I know it's almost finished, but it isn't finished. Here are some of the items that are still outstanding that will be that will correct some, but not necessarily all, of the concerns that we may have with regard to the surface of the road. We need to add material to feather in all of the catch basins. So if you recall, when we indicated before that with an unimproved street, we don't guarantee drainage. But if you see the street out there, and I did, with puddles in it from this weekend's rain, they're not adequately even directing the flow to the catch basins at this time. Because all of the hand pouring and work that hasn't been done yet, the fine tuning around the catch basins. So that's what, when the Cape Seal comes through, basically there's a layer of gravel that's put down, and then there's the slurry on top. When you get too close to certain items, you can't get the machine in too close. So you have to have hand work, hand tooling, they call it, done. So for instance, around catch basins, and I can tell you, the one I'm thinking of is on the south side of Wimbledon, pretty close to Woodward, maybe a block in. And there's puddles all around the catch basin, and the water's not going into the catch basin. So that type of thing, those are all considered hand tooling issues where they will come in and carve and slice and add and make sure that that water will flow in. That has not been done yet, but it will. Also adding material in front of driveways where the machine couldn't get too close. So you may have, I don't know if you were driving it, if you noticed it, but I'm sure you did, Mr. Bradley, that there's areas where it's not perfectly neat,
Right.
tidy, connected, et cetera. Also, we have a lot of catch basin covers and manhole covers that have Cape Seal material spray that went onto them. Now, we do cover them, but some spray does come on. That's another one of those finishing points that will come in, and there's a special chemical that you can put on that takes away all of that stain. And including that, there's also a section of sidewalk that one of the masking materials that we put on flew off in the wind and landed on the sidewalk. So there's Cape Seal markings on the sidewalk. That's, again, something that will be finished as well. For the road, we did cut it down to clay grade. We proof-rolled it. We did have a tester company come in and verify that it was proof-rolled correctly, and it did pass that. We did also have, it was within 0.100th tolerance. I also have, I don't want to get into all of this, so I'll talk to, I'll get to the next couple of points. That apparently, and I'm not an expert on Cape Seal, and I'm not an engineer, but I do have Paul Tulenkangas here from Noack and Frous, who designed the plans for the road on Wimbledon Phase 1 and 2, who is here, that is available to answer any questions if anybody has. Essentially, I guess one thing it's important to say too is that with the Cape Seal Road, the worst time is when it's first laid, and it takes approximately 6 weeks for everything to settle in, especially in the warm weather, and for people to drive on it, et cetera. So for what it's worth, I'm not an engineer, and I'm not a road construction person, but that's the information that I've been given thus far that isn't done.
Okay.
I do know as well that there are some areas of the road, particularly towards the edges, where it sort of goes like this. Which does appear to be a little bit more than we would normally see.
Right.
So I do have, as I said, Paul Tulenkangas here from Noack and Frous, if the commission wants to hear anything from him on the design. I have been assured, at least, that the road was constructed to the design that was prepared.
Do the residents who are, raise your hand if you're here because of Wimbledon. Okay, keep your hand up if you would like to hear from the engineer from Noack and Strauss, or Kraus. Frous, sorry. Okay, and commissioners, would you like to hear from the engineer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, the engineer has the floor. Are you okay still ceding the floor? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Paul Tulenkangas with Noack and Frous Engineers. Been involved in many road projects throughout my career for the city of Birmingham, and I guess I have been involved in the project throughout the long, lengthy construction process of this one in particular, Wimbledon Phase 1. I did just actually, for the first time this evening before I came here, just drove the limits of the job since it's been Cape Seal. I believe the final kind of layer of Cape Seal went down last Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
And your impression?
So in general, taking a high level, and I want to go over a couple of things that are different with a Cape Seal road compared to an asphalt road, just for context. So
how about you just give us your impression of the surface of the road?
Yeah. So my impression is, overall, I believe the road is designed mostly per plan. We have not done a final as-built, and we have not done a punch list, which are two critical items that I believe will address probably a lot of the concerns about workmanship and isolated pockets of water and things like that. So I think from an overall perspective, I think that the drainage issues that are visible on the road are more for isolated areas where the when the Cape Seal goes down, it's less of a precise process than if you're doing an asphalt road. So I think some of those areas probably got a little rolled where they created those bird baths, and then the Cape Seal treatment went down on them. I believe there's some issues at the edges that were mentioned as well, where it kind of got pushed out a little bit. So I think, again, we have not completed the project.
I think, I'm sorry to interrupt you
Yeah.
again, but I think by far the concerns, my concern and the concern of the people here is the surface of the road. I mean, one person rode over it and said, she got car sick. And
Is the concern the texture, or is it the drainage, I
concern, it
guess?
feels like I'm on the Baja.
The bumpiness.
It's bumpy.
Speed bumps. Yeah.
Now, if you want to cut down speed and cut through traffic,
Build that road.
you might want to like just live with what you got. Because I live on a street where they're going 40 miles an hour because it's really smooth. But
So I think a lot of that maybe, when we do the as-built survey, where we go and we basically send our survey crew out, we verify all the rims of the structures were constructed properly, including the catch basin rims for the drainage considerations. I mean, if there's anything that's not in compliance or per the specifications, that would come in as part of the punch, it's called a punch list, as part of the project.
is there anything that can be done to make it a smoother ride? I mean, we speak English here, not engineering.
Sure.
It's not a smooth ride. I think that's what you're concerned about. Are you? Is that right? Raise your hand if you're concerned about the ride.
It's a city road.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
That's what we're concerned about.
Well, I think Jana mentioned, there's going to be some final touch-up work as part of the punch list.
It doesn't.
Okay, are we going to be back here again in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month complaining about the ride because it hasn't been improved? Because there's nothing you can do? You can't roll it, you can't scrape it, you can't do anything?
So I think as part of this Cape Seal treatment, this is really kind of the first layer, and then I believe that it gets layers on top as future maintenance as part of the Cape Sealing program.
You just said it was a final layer. You just said it was a
No, I mean, as,
He means in 7 years when we do it again.
right. So,
I want to, thank you.
sure. Is there any other questions I can try to answer for you, I guess?
Yes, there is, actually. There
Wait,
is. Can I ask a question? I'm out of order.
You're out of order. You can stand up, get in line behind Mr. Bradley. I'm sorry. Thank
Should
you.
I wait up here? And
Yes,
see what-
absolutely. Don't go away. I'm going to give the floor back to Mr. Bradley.
Thank you. Well, I'm encouraged to learn you kind of feel the same way about the road. I think the overarching concern is it's extremely bumpy and uneven along the whole length of it. Like you said, it's like a Baja ride. It's wildly uneven. The drainage is a major issue. It looks terrible. It drives terrible. I mean, I went to the folks that were on the crew on the road, and I said, "Is this it? Like, is this what we get?" "Oh yeah, this is basically it." There was nothing about the punch list for 6 weeks, so I'm encouraged to know there's going to be some remedial work, but also concerned that it can actually make a difference because fixing little things on the edges here isn't going to address like the fundamentally like awful job that was done. But as a valid sort of point of comparison, 2023, 2024, there was 10 roads that were Cape sealed, including in Poppleton, some by Southfield Road, and some kind of in the Hazel, Chestnut area. I drove all those, and 2-3 years later, they're much, much better than our road was, like a day after completion. I mean, like remarkably better. So something was, either there's some magic going to be performed and make the road better, which sounds like that's probably wishful thinking, or it was just done terribly, and it needs to be redone. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Please,
Real quick.
sure.
I guess with the texture issues, I believe Jana kind of mentioned that it does kind of smooth out over time. So when they put this down, there's basically, they pull one strip of it along the edges and then one in the middle, so there's some overlap. So that kind of like, I guess, as you're driving parallel with you where there's some unevenness will kind of smooth out. So I think that's kind of what was mentioned there with some roads that were completed several years ago.
Try not to be redundant.
Tim Doyle, live at 244 Wimbledon Drive. One of the things that I noticed was that when the gravel was put down and it was, it was leveled at that point, it was probably a month later before the Cape Seal was put on. During that time, cars were driving on it, trucks were driving on it, which created pockets. It created this roller coaster effect. Now, if Cape Seal had been put on when the gravel was first put down and leveled, we may not have had this issue. it seems like, and from what I understand, the Cape Seal company was separate from the company that put in the gravel. There was no coordination between the two. So the Cape Seal company said, it's not our problem. We just came out here to lay down the Cape Seal. We had nothing to do with the state of the road prior to that. I think that's a major issue as to why we have a roller coaster.
Thank you.
Yep.
And that could that be an issue?
That certainly could be an issue.
Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Pam Doyle, 244 Wimbledon, the other half of that one. Just wanting to comment on peace, quality of life, and what was the other thing that we're supposed to be entitled to in the city of Birmingham? I mean, what has gone on since last August in our neighborhood is unbelievable, in capital letters flashing neon signs. Between the park, the mud, the duration of this project, I don't know if there had been a timeline originally on it. I understand on the other half of Wimbledon, they have 88 days, and they are assuring people in that area it will be completed in that timeline. I mean, this is ridiculous, and it's, for the kids, for the park, it's just been unbelievable. And we do live on a city road. And Mayor, I remember you suggesting at a meeting months ago that maybe we should just pave the road and not charge the residents. Not everyone on the commission. You were Mayor Pro Tem.
I suggested we Cape Seal it and not charge the residents.
Okay, whatever you suggested,
until the residents
we would be in agreement
decided
with
they
that
wanted
if it were
to.
done properly.
Okay.
Because I think something ought to be addressed for what the neighborhood has been living through.
That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Danny Hill, 282 Wimbledon. I'll just say thank you, first of all, for having the commission drive the road. One of the first questions that I would want to ask would be, have you guys seen this? And would, of the six of you or anyone in this room who has sanity, think that that's a completed road that should be paid for by the residents? You'll get a resounding 100 out of 100 unless someone works for the company that did it, I would think. It's, as a couple have mentioned, this has been a multi-year process for a lot of us. You will all remember us coming up here, FOIA-ing requests, fighting with commissioners, attending every single meeting, getting petitions signed. We then had the road sit like this for an entire year. The mud, the dirt, the damage to people's vehicles, the damage to people's homes, the lack of use of the road. It's been an insane couple of years for us, and for this to end the way that it is with the quality of work that's been done, I believe Mr. Bradley has submitted some documentation with some photo evidence, and I don't think it was accepted by this commission because it was put in several minutes behind the point that it was deemed to be put into the meeting minutes this week. But there are some great photos that you'll see of the street, of manhole covers being completely paved over, of catch basins that look like they're falling apart. I mean, the rain that happens days and days before that's just sitting there from the quality of this road is almost laughable. I think most of the residents are sick of hearing that this Wimbledon Phase 1 job was not done correctly. I've heard it from several people on the city commission, from people with city engineering department, from people at city planning. When calls are answered and actually returned to residents, they say it was not done the way that it should have been done and that there are regrets. But we're tired of being that guinea pig. We're tired of being told that there's an apology or that there's something that was done wrong. We want this fixed and we don't want to pay for it. It's a ridiculous thing to say that the Phase 2 folks, they have a limit. We're talking about this 88 days that the Phase 2 Wimbledon folks have. They're getting assessed $1,000. The company who's doing Phase 2, correct me if I'm wrong, they have to pay $1,000 in overages for every day that they've gone over.
I'm sorry, I don't know the detail.
Correct. I mean, okay. So we went, they have 88 days to do it. We went 187 days. So by that math, this would have been about $185,000 in overages that would have happened from the year that this sat like this. We would have been able to pay for the entire project out of the pocket of every resident if this was done correctly. It wasn't done correctly. The residents do not need to pay for a road like this, and we want to know what's going to be done. We hear all the answers that it wasn't done correctly and that maybe there's going to be some repave or it might level itself out. We want the road completely redone, and I think we deserve that after all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen McInerney, 129 Abbey, and please forgive me my voice, it's allergies.
You need a cup of water.
I'm good, thank you very much, Thumble. So my husband Jack and I are at 129 Abbey in Birmingham. Thank you very much for being here. I know you guys have sincerely tried to help us and guide us on the best practices for Wimbledon. The problem is MDOT has a motto of saying, fix the right road at the right time. Wimbledon just happens to be the right road at the wrong time. With 3 broken gas lines later and 4 broken water mains later geysing into the air, our project has failed from day one. I don't need to go over all the things that have already been mentioned today, but we were asked by the city to mark our sprinklers, which we all did. We marked them, and they were all ripped out, the heads and hose all together and thrown away in dumpsters. Our home, we have a long side, we're front on Abbey, long side of Wimbledon. We had a 2-story mound of contaminated, bacteria-filled dirt the entire project. And I kept asking, and I'm making like chocolate chip cookies for these guys. I'm like trying to be like good to these people that are they were working. And I said, hey, when does this dirt get moved? And they said, oh no, this isn't this is good dirt. I'm like, there's broken clay, there's broken big chunks of asphalt, and this can't be good dirt. And they said every time, because I would ask another guy, every time they go, nope, this is going to stay here till the end of the project because we're going to use this to make the new road. And I'm like, I did go to college, and this does not look like new dirt. But it stayed the entire time, besides shipping container and a porta potty, which was fun when you're hosting a bridal shower. The sewer drains, obviously, you mentioned, are higher than the road itself. The thing that worries me is that MDOT does not recommend Cape Seal for a road that is a brand-new road, that has a rock base. From MDOT's description of what Cape Seal should be used on, it should only be used to go over the top of another existing road or paved asphalt to make it extended another 5 to 7 years. So I don't know how we landed on that Cape Seal was going to be great for us when it's not. It's going to shift and move with the weather, right? We know that. It's just very frustrating to live through this whole thing. So my only other thought was, and I'm really glad, thank you for driving the road, because it is like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, and would have been great if my kids were little, but they're all grown up. But if Birmingham is going to say, their motto is, we are a walkable city. But if you happen to walk on Wimbledon, you would roll your ankle. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rita Rossi Miller. I'm at 147 Abbey. I have the lucky location. I have Twin Oaks on the back, Wimbledon on the side, Abbey on the front. So I've got all 3 of them. I agree with all of my neighbors. The one item that I want to mention is the fact that I think Birmingham dodged a bullet on safety. I'm going to give you 3 examples. We have a lot of children in the neighborhood. The first example was when a load of pipe came off of one of the trucks up near Oxford, came down and took out one of the large street blocked. That was one. The second one was, I was turning off of Woodward onto Wimbledon, and you've seen a wild fire hose going in every which direction, right? That's what I came on. Threw my brakes on so that it wouldn't go through the windshield of my car. Waited until it went under the truck it was on, scooted by, and talked to the guys up the street, and they went, oh, okay, and they went down. Then the last one was on Twin Oaks. I think it might have been consumers digging the hole because they took something out multiple times. And the hole was probably 8 to 10 inches deep. 8 to 10 feet deep, 8 to 10 feet wide. You could drop a small car in it. It had a large piece of metal on the bottom, and there was an opening this wide that any child could have fallen, any adult could have fallen into. So when you're doing the other neighborhoods, you really have to have somebody out there looking for the casualties or the possibility of casualties. And leaving sand piles for little kids to play in, you might do some reading. Several children have died falling in sand piles. And I'm across the street from Kathleen's. I could look across and I could only see her second floor window from the pile of dirt. So as you're going through Poppleton and other streets, somebody, whether it's your project manager or somebody else, has to come out and take a look at the safety issues for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pierre Giron. I live on 420 Wimbledon Drive. Okay, I think it's clear that everybody is upset with this road, and I heard your punch list. This is a detailed punch list. The punch list is not the issue. The full road is a disaster. I'm hoping that people understand trying to fix it will not be the right fix. They have to redo the project. Okay. What I'm surprised is why we have to come here to kind of show that obviously the road is not in a good condition. So I'm surprised as an engineer, we should have for every project, we should have a clear acceptance criteria when a project is done. So I don't know if those exist. I don't know if they pass. If they pass, that means those criteria were definitely not strong enough. And if they don't exist for the next road, we better have more details on how we can accept the road and don't expect people to come here to complain.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm at 144 in Wimbledon. I appreciate you taking the time to listen. One of my big complaints with this project is my husband, Rita's husband, Jack McInerney, a number of us put our own sprinkler systems in on the city property between the sidewalk and the street to maintain the grass and have the yard look nice. So that was ripped out. No attempt by the city to replace the sprinkling systems that they ripped out. We were told that it was up to us to fix it. My husband, Rita's husband, we have husbands now that are elderly and they are not able to do it. And the quote to have it fixed was quite extensive. Therefore, we have mostly elected to not put a sprinkling system in, so the sod that was put in now will die. And sprinkling systems on our property were not repaired by the city. They were just dirt put over the existing pipes, sod put over that, and that sod's not being watered. So I think it's really unfair, the way that we were treated. Plus, I have the never-ending porta potty on my pot. It was moved from Kathleen's now to my property. And I would really appreciate that being removed. And I also was under the impression that on the sides of the road, we were going to have like a little bit of a gutter to help with the drainage and the water management. There is no gutter at all. I mean, we have the road and then we have the sod. That's going to be a problem. We know everybody's going to drive on it, but we're going to have a drainage issue. So I would like, all of these things to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Online, we have Katie Dobrowitsky. Katie?
Hi, yes, thank you for having me. I'm a resident of 826 Shepherd Bush. Let me see if I can go off it. Oh, you can't go off video. Okay, I'm a resident at 826 Shepherd Bush, and I also wanted to just make two comments. Well, three comments, really. The first is I'm heartened to hear that it sounds like the Wimbledon job has been universally, that these concerns have been raised and are being addressed by the commission. The quality of the road is terrible. It's not safe to I think, for kids to ride bikes or scooters on. And I'm encouraged that that the city commission appears to be listening to our concerns. The second thing is that now it seems the staging area for Wimbledon Part 2 is at the end of my street. There is an enormous dirt pile at the end of Shepherd Bush. They were in the park a few days ago bulldozing it, They put in a bunch of huge chunks of stone, and they appear to be loading it up with construction equipment, and there's a huge dirt pile that's now about 20 or 25 feet tall. I would ask the city commission, especially since the attorney is there and also since the city manager is there, to investigate this use of the land. The first thing is that this is a public nuisance. It's not fenced. There's entrances and exits that are not controlled. We have children on our street. They will inevitably want to play in the dirt, and this is not safe. The second thing is, I think that this is a breach of the restrictions of the title of the land. If that's part of the nature preserve, then there's no way that the city can just arbitrarily go ahead and take it for a staging area. They bulldozed a nature preserve, and I don't think, again, with the city attorney there, I think that is an absolute breach of the use of that land and the title restrictions. So what I would ask the commission to investigate is, as these street repaving projects move forward in my neighborhood, what changes will be made so that other streets can avoid the same fate as Wimbledon? How are you going to hold these contractors accountable? This is the first I've heard of the 88 days. I'm encouraged about that. The second is what steps are being taken right now to alter the percentage of homeowner payment so that we share and contribute. I know that Wimbledon was a 50-50 job, but that's because it was deemed a major road. As these projects come through the neighborhood, I'm looking at paying for 85%. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's equitable with other communities. And I think that that has been expressed before the commission before. And I would ask the commission to immediately start reconsidering reconsidering the current breakdown and adopting a policy that's more fair and equitable. And the last is, what accountability measures will be implemented to prevent shoddy work in the future? These projects are moving forward, and I would like to be able to appear before the commission and compliment the work, and instead I think that you're going to be facing lines and parades of angry homeowners if things don't change. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to note that we will have the city look into the use of that property. We perhaps should have notified residents that at a pre-construction meeting, it was decided that that would be an appropriate staging area. It is city property, but your suggestion that there may be some deed restrictions involved with it is worth investigation. And I will also note that on tonight's agenda, we'll probably put it off for a meeting or so, but is a proposal to go out to put out an RFP for a consultant to assist us in developing a comprehensive infrastructure master plan that would include consideration of the funding mechanisms that we currently use. That's going to take some time because we're only now considering putting out an RFP to hire someone to look at it. But it is on our agenda, and we are planning to do that. So we'll move back into the room. And
Hi, my name's Ann Bradley. I'm at 519 Wimbledon. I have the joy of the Phase 1 and Phase 2 lining up directly in front of my house. So I am fully in it for both phases. In fact, I had to leave without cooking my children dinner tonight because once again, without any notice, the water was turned off. I'm not in Phase 2, but my water was turned off tonight. I think what's frustrating to me is even if we choose to repave the entire Wimbledon and you guys fix that, the oversight on this project has been so inadequate. The buck stops with no one. It doesn't stop with the city councilors. It doesn't stop with the city employees. It doesn't stop with the contractors. Everyone is blaming somebody else and nothing happens. I've been on my front lawn, had conversations with you. There was a guarantee that the road would be finished by June 15th. It was not. It is not. There was a guarantee that they would not start the second phase until they had finished the first phase. That is also not true. None of the promises that have been made have been kept. The citizens have showed up. We've followed decorum. We've followed procedure. We've made our voices. And I don't feel like we've been reciprocated on the other side. I've had to manage the project myself. I work from home. I had a sidewalk replaced in front of my house. 2 days later, they tore that sidewalk back up. I went back out and I said, looked pretty good to me. Why did we tear that up? And they said, oh, because they stamped it. The city of Birmingham does not allow stamped concrete. So they ripped the brand new stamped concrete up. 2 days later, again, working from home, they're replacing the sidewalk. I go back out, they've stamped it again. I said, guess what? That's why you ripped it up 2 days ago. Can you call someone? I called the assistant manager of the city. I left messages. No one responded to me. I had to talk to the contractor's supervisor to tell him that that was not allowed and you were going to have to rip it up again. So what did they do? They came over with a hose and scraped it. And now we have like a random scraped spot in the brand new concrete. That is just one very, very tiny example about how horribly managed this project has been from start to finish. I have had my door knocked on by a city firefighter because they blew a gas line. I was not allowed to start my car. I was not allowed to start my oven. My daughter missed a gymnastics practice. I mean, I could tell you 100 of these stories. So even if you replace the road with Wimbledon, if you don't figure out how to do this oversight, if you don't figure out how to manage the contractors that are not at the level that they should be, you're going to have this problem in every single road, in every single neighborhood moving forward. And it's just not acceptable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is Sally Swift. I'm at 541 Wimbledon. I live next door to Ann and Jim Bradley. Originally, I was in Phase 1, and the road was ripped up partway across my property. Then it was determined now I'm in Phase 2, which is what it is. I have also the orange shipping container, porta potty, and piles of dirt in front of my house. But what I am mentioning today is the fact that I rode that Wimbledon the Sunday before they put the Cape Seal down. And I thought, well, they're going to have to come out and grade this tomorrow. And they didn't, because it was rocky rolly. So 2 days later, I was trying to get out of the neighborhood, and a city employee helped me to find a path. But I said, you know, I've been reading online, a lot of people are very upset. And he said, yes, he said, I understand, but you didn't vote for asphalt. And it was graded for asphalt, which made no sense because it was Cape Seal all along, and we were never given a proposal for asphalt. So I thought I should, in essence, he was blaming the residents. That being said, I'm hoping that Phase 2 goes better and that the workers do what they have to do timely and don't shut our water off without notice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sam A. online, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, perfect. Very good. I was just wanted to talk today about City of Birmingham resident, by the way. Wanted to talk about the private pool residential issues that we were having. So I know in last meeting we kind of had a talk about someone had asked a question to the police officer there regarding the captain regarding the number of people someone's allowed to host at their house, and I think the city manager at the time had briefly looked and said that there wasn't any ordinances that said that there's any type of gathering limit. So what I'm asking today is not to prohibit public pool parties, but what I'm asking is that the city look at the number of people that a house is able to host. And so this is not just pool parties, this is graduation parties, et cetera, et cetera. And that is just for making sure that large events are planned responsibly and that there's adequate consideration given to traffic management, emergency access, and any neighborhood impacts. I know in the past we've received some flyers saying that there's going to be a party, and it just kind of gives a little bit of heads up. And we've never had any issues like that before. I just want to make sure that the city is looking at the fact that maybe residents should notify the city, which would then in essence notify the police department and say, hey, we're going to be having a party and we're going to have 50 people, maybe 50 vehicles or whatnot on our street. And so I just want to let the city know that that's something that maybe should be considered if you guys aren't already considering it as is. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your suggestions. Okay. One more?
One more.
Okay.
Sally Swift is my wife. I live at 541 Wimbledon, and she was running out of steam. The last thing on the punch list is, we're not in phase 1, we're in phase 2, but we're right at the middle point. But our tree lawn has been torn up and the sprinkler system shredded without regard to, it was just a machine that they just scraped everything. So just another thing to the list.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And coming up?
Yeah.
Well, sooner the better.
Thanks. I'll make it quick. I don't think anybody's mentioned this yet. I'm Dave Wills. I'm at 176 Abbey, and I don't live on Wimbledon, but I use the road. I enjoy it. I'm curious about the warranty for the road and what the measurables are for that warranty. So, next year, if the road is out of spec, are they going to improve it? The fellow mentioned earlier that if traffic, that traffic has an impact on the smoothness of the road. Well, it could also impact it negatively, most likely, right? The more bumps in the road, the more they're going to push in and make it worse, okay? The other thing I just want to quickly mention is in front of my house, there's not that many potholes and that sort of thing, so it's a pretty good example of what the current Cape Seal is for the non-improved roads yet. And that has sort of a convex curve to it. The center is higher than the edges, and it's very smooth in that way, and I don't think any number of cars could create that by driving over it. It's something there from the start, and I don't see that on Wimbledon. And I'm thinking, geez, did they add enough rocks or dirt, the underlayment that they put the Cape Seal over? They might have skimped on the amount of stones that they put on that road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Jordan Ingram at 269 Wimbledon. My concern here today, I would say, is, like all of my neighbors, the personal property and destruction that we've seen is unbelievable. I have a 1929 house with a long slate walkway that goes to the front door, and we had the unfortunate timing to have redone that walkway about a year prior to this project. And with all of the heavy-duty machinery that's come by, we have felt an unbelievable amount of shaking and vibration, and I mean to the core of the house, to where some points you're like, oh my gosh, is this house going to fall down while we're in it? What we did not realize at the time was we look out at our front walkway and we compare it to the back walkway that we replaced in the backyard that goes to a screened-in porch around the back of the driveway. Both were poured at the exact same time. The back walkway is perfect in terms of all of the grout and chinking in between. The slate in the front yard is completely ruined. I mean, the vibration has destroyed the entire walkway. We also had our sprinkler system completely ripped out everywhere, all the sprinkler heads, and then the city or the construction damaged the first 3 feet of our slate walkway to the point where slate was missing, it was just gone. And my wife actually sent in an email, we called, We were told that the walkway would be replaced. They came out and found random pieces of slate and cut them to fit, and now we have 7 or 8 small little pieces of slate at the bottom of our walkway that don't match the walkway. They don't match anything, that we had before. And this was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and they still haven't come out to pour the grout in between. So my request here today is that could someone please look into the personal property of the residents that has been completely destroyed, from sprinklers to walkways to driveways to, all of it. It has been an absolute nightmare to live through. And now the expense is being put back on the residents, as well as the cost of the road for all of the above. It's been a nightmare. So thank you for taking us today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anthony and Sarah, 176 Wimbledon Drive. I want to reiterate what all my neighbors are saying about the quality and condition of the road. I do a lot of work with asphalt in my businesses too, and I've never seen a job like that. If they did a job like that, we would make them fix it or sue them for just the quality of work. A big concern of mine too is in the wintertime when this freezes and thaws, what's it going to do to this road? It already seems like it wasn't done correctly. I think it's just going to be a nightmare going into the future. And honestly, I think the best course would just to be completely redo it and do it correctly. When they were leveling the gravel, it's like they were out there for maybe 4 or 6 hours or something like that. And it's like it just didn't even seem like they graded it properly. It's like they rushed the whole job at the end. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, we've heard you. Okay, and we started out saying we agree with you. So I'm sorry I can't give this more time tonight. We need to move on, but trust that the commission hears you, and this is where the buck stops. And I guess we're just going to have to see, we need to consult with the administration, and I'm sure you'll be hearing from us. So thanks for coming out. And if it's okay with the commission, we move along. Fair enough?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll give folks a minute, those who want to leave orderly. And we're going to move on to appointments. We have appointments to the museum board. There are 4 positions open on the museum board, and we have 5 applicants. Martha, I'm going to call you in the order that you applied. Martha Rausch-Logue. Are you here, Martha? Raise your hand if you're here. Martha? Okay. Wadette Bradford? Come on up, or come on down, as the case may be. Hi, Wadette. Could you just tell us briefly about your interest in the museum board?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Baller, Commissioners. I'm Wadette Bradford. I live at 956 Henrietta. I've lived in Birmingham for 8 years, and I'm here very interested in the museum board because it's entering a new chapter. The year of the strategic plan, also America's 250th, and a very ambitious slate of programming, including the F. Schnibbe Back History exhibit. I was there on Saturday. I fell in love with the baskets. And also the continuation of the Underground Railroad work that Director Pilot has so very eloquently led. The 250th carries personal weight for me. Both of my parents are veterans. My father was a World War II veteran. So history and museums are very personal for me. The Peabody Family exhibit that's being hosted this year is the kind of story I grew up understanding the value of in Tuskegee, Alabama, which is my hometown. Boards like the Museum Board at this phase benefit from members who bring complementary capacity. I bring 4 things to work. which include my NACD Accelerate training on board governance, 2 decades of enterprise data and digital leadership directly applicable to collections and virtual access, as well as signature event fundraising experience as the chair of the Junior Leagues of Atlanta Tour of Kitchens during a record-breaking 6-figure year. As an active museum engagement and holder of the Met, the Gill Hall in East Hampton, as well as the Breakfast Club of Detroit, and the National Historic Sites in my hometown of Tuskegee, Alabama, I've joined the Friends of Birmingham Museum because I'm very passionate about the strategic plan, and I look forward to serving as a member of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have a question or for Ms. Bradford? No? No? Okay, thank you. We'll take a moment. Can I ask, did we hear from the first person?
Not that I recall, but it was a pre-applicant situation.
Okay. And is she indeed the chair of the
And yes.
current chair of the board?
She's in good standing.
Okay. Michael Abelson, are you here? Hi, Michael. Can you come on up?
Good evening. I'm a reapplicant to the Museum Board. I've served on it for the past several years. I've been a resident in Birmingham for over 30 years. I currently live at 584 Tooting Lane in a Wallace Frost home. I have a great interest in the history of Birmingham, and in fact, our home was just recently approved for the Michigan Heritage Home Program that I applied for a couple of months ago. So I very much hope to continue to serve on the Museum Board. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Abelson? Commissioner Host.
Yes. Michael, you said you were on the board. When was that and for how long?
I believe it's 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been on 3 years.
Yeah.
That was my first term.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Abelson? Okay. Alexandra Harris, are you here? Hi, Ms. Harris. How are you today?
Hi, fine. I've been in Birmingham for about 30 years. I feel very inadequate after what that. Definitely you should be on the board. We need you. This is my 3rd term, and my philosophy is that everybody should do something for the city they love, and I don't. I'm a barista and an artist and a crossing guard of the police department and field staff for an organization called Life in Messiah. And I've done a few paintings for the board, and I enjoy it very much. The people are great. And if you want me back, I'll come back.
Okay. Hold on. Any questions? Any questions for Ms. Harris?
Just don't ask me about the Wimbledon Road.
You haven't attended any meetings this year at all?
No, my work with Life in Messiah, and I've talked to Leslie about that, involves a lot of travel. So, you know, the position on the board, she encouraged me to stay. She said I do contribute, and I will attend as much as I can. But I know I've missed the last couple of meetings. I was out of the country.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Ms. Harris? Christy Barrett.
Hi, Christy Barrett. I live on Harmon Street. I'm currently an alternate on the museum board. And before that, I think I finished a term, a vacant spot or something. I'm not, so it's been more than 3 years, I know. I know I was there before Mike Abelson was. I feel like I didn't fill out my form the way I should have. It looks like I'm not involved in community work, and I've been extremely involved, just not in the city. So if there's questions about all the volunteer stuff I've done, I'd be happy to answer that. I was part of the strategic plan. I was part of the grounds reconstruction. And honestly, I don't know if the community really knows what a gym we have in Leslie Pilek. I mean, she's, for only 3 employees, this is top-notch people. So, anyway, any questions? I'd like to come back and...
Commissioner Haig?
3 years, you've only missed one meeting as an alternate. It's pretty
I'm
good.
very compulsive
That's-
about being on time.
That's admirable for something that you're not even a mandatory attendee type thing. So thank you for that.
Well, I was on the strategic plan for Birmingham schools twice, and I was told I was the only person who never missed a meeting. So, anyway, I enjoy it. I think I contribute, show up, and I'm prepared. So, questions?
Any other questions for Ms. Barrett? Okay, thanks. We will now, I guess we can go right to nominations. I don't know if we want to discuss the fact that Ms. Roush-Logue is not here, and we have an enthusiastic applicant.
Yes, if I may make a comment?
Yes.
Mayor Baller. If you look at the agenda packet, the museum board membership list on page 31 and 32, I confirmed at the beginning of the meeting today with Clerk Alex Bingham that although we advertised for this meeting the 4 positions that expire July 6, 2026 for Mr. Abelson, Ms. Barrett, Ms. Harris, and Ms. Logue, that there is an additional position open that was vacated January 15th, 2026 for a member that was advertised and not filled, and that it clearly says vacated 1/15/26, and because it doesn't expire until July 6th of 27, it was advertised earlier this year when it was vacant, but was not advertised tonight because it doesn't expire in this round. So I wondered if the city attorney could opine whether we could appoint all 5 of these individuals this evening, since we actually have 5 vacancies.
I'm not following. So there is another active open seat that had not been advertised?
It was advertised, but there were no applicants. It was vacated in January of this year.
So I see that there is a 3-year term expiring July 6, 2027.
Yes. And
Are
it was
you saying there's a second one?
No, I'm saying.
No, that one's vacant.
That's vacant. And then the other 4 positions that we advertised for tonight that are in the red boxes, those people are all here and they have reapplied. Okay, so those 4 were advertised this evening, and those 4 are listed in our agenda packet. 3 regulars and an alternate for Mr. Abelson, Ms. Barrett, Ms. Harris, and Ms. Lowe. But we do have the additional vacant position that we did not advertise for tonight. However, it was advertised previously and not filled. So for
Okay,
tonight.
I think she gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't advertised and it wasn't noticed.
For tonight.
For tonight, it's only fair to put out the intention to appoint, and whomever doesn't get it tonight, please reapply, and
thank you.
They'll have an advantage.
And go to any meetings in
the interim.
time. Observe, whatever, comment, get acquainted. Fair enough?
Yes, may I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Clarifying. The vacancy set to expire in 2027 is for a regular member or an alternate member?
Regular.
Regular, thank you.
Okay, I'll take nominations. Commissioner Host.
Oh, okay. Christy Barrett for the term as a regular member.
Are they all, well, we have, let's be clear about when it's going to, which one?
July 6, 2029.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Can I make a comment? I think what the Mayor Pro Tem was trying to do was a very nice thing to do, because we have 4 people on here, and we have a nice young lady that, I hope gets the 5th position.
All right. Who is the alternate right now?
Christy Barrett.
So we just appointed her.
And we appointed her to.
So now what? What are we going to do? Demote someone?
I would, Mr. Mayor, nominate Alexandra Harris to the alternate position, since she does travel frequently. And that would allow her to continue to attend meetings and to participate.
Thank you.
But would have less pressure for regular attendance, so I'll nominate her as the alternate.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations. Okay, another one. Commissioner Cole.
I'd like to nominate Wadette Bradford as a regular member to the Museum Board to serve a 3-year term to expire July 6, 2029.
I think the intention of what Temporary Mayor Pro Tem Long was suggesting was that Ms. Bradford would
Get the position that
stand
we
by.
post, the new one,
Sorry.
rather than demote someone who's currently serving.
Fair enough.
Or
Yeah.
remove them
Yes.
temporarily. So would you like to amend your, would you like to make another?
Yes. To appoint Michael Abelson.
As a
To
regular.
To which one? Because there's several different.
The alternate's already full, so there's only 2 regulars
Either
left.
through 29 or 27.
29 and 27, yeah.
Yeah.
Through 29.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations. And finally, anyone?
I'll nominate Martha Rush-Love to the remaining regular position, which is the one that expires July 6, 2027.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Done. Unanimous. Another unanimous decision.
And then we would encourage Ms. Bradford, with your enthusiasm and your admirable background, to apply when we post the other open position,
Please.
and to
Please.
attend meetings in the interim.
And you know how to keep track of that, right? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to,
Mayor, I'm sorry, the clerk has her hand up.
oh, I'm sorry.
We have done in the past recycled a recent application for the,
You can do it on her behalf.
if she's willing.
Are you okay, Ms. Bradford, with having having your application automatically be entered?
Yes, thanks to the clerk.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. You're in payments too, right? A lot of automatic stuff going on in your life. Ethics Board, we have 2 openings and 2 applicants. Lawrence Handler, are you here? Mr. Handler? No, Mr. Handler. Mr. Bradley, I see you are still here. Tell us about your experience and your desire to re-up, and I mean your experience on the board, not your...
Sure, yeah.
Whatever you want to tell us in 1 minute or less.
Okay, 1 minute, you got it. So I've been an alternate member of the board for the past few months, and admittedly, no matters have come up yet, but I've been on standby if they do, and then I'm needed. But I've been a Birmingham resident for about 10 years and worked for a Birmingham law firm for the better part of 20 years. And, I value the opportunity to give back and to contribute, and I enjoy living here a lot, and I think it's an honor to be part of the board. So hopefully you'll consider me for renewal.
I think we will.
All right.
Do we want to, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Bradley? Mr. Bradley, I have a question or a comment for you, and forgive me, this is not going to sound super friendly. I want you to be aware, I know that you have been very critical of the city when it comes to our approach to Wimbledon, okay? There's a line I want you to be careful not to cross. Okay. That line is when you disparage the city to the point that it affects residents or anyone's confidence in city government. Now, I think we're all shaken by what has occurred here, and we walk that line as well.
Sure.
Okay? Any nomination? A nomination? What? Okay, fine.
I would nominate Mr. Bradley to the alternate member position for which he has applied for renewal.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Unanimous. What is the commission's pleasure with regard to Lawrence Handler? Commissioner Host?
I'm willing to nominate Lawrence Handler as a regular member to to the Ethics Board to serve a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2029.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Thank you very much. Folks, do we want to,
Let's swear these ones in because the community houses.
Yeah, right. Okay, swear 'em in. Great. We're going to swear you guys in, and, yep, even if you've already been sworn in the past, you get to swear again.
So museum board members that were just appointed and ethics board members, if you can come on up. And you'll raise your right hand, you'll say, "I do," after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the office of the Museum Board and the Ethics Board according to the best of my ability.
I do.
So the 3 of you will sign and print, I'll fill in the rest. So just sign and print.
Oh, you might have, yeah. I need some of this. Great, thank you. Now we turn to appointments to the brand-new Birmingham Community House Board. And I hope that we can now, a weight has been taken off us. We can do something pleasurable, happy, and positive. I want to sincerely thank all of those who have applied for this board, and say that it's an extraordinary pool of candidates, and we have. It's tough. I wish there were more openings, but there aren't, and so we're going to do our best to fill the few openings that we have from this great pool of candidates. Certainly, if you are not appointed, you will, even if you are appointed, this board will, it's highly likely that it will establish several committees, and we will be looking for you folks and others in the community to serve on those committees. So they're very important. Programming such as, committees such as a programming committee, a fundraising committee, a finance investment committee, a governance recruitment committee. Those are all possibilities. I do think that the call for applications did a pretty good job of outlining what we're looking for here. The intent is to have 2 commissioners on this committee who the idea there is for them to provide oversight and be able to report back to the commission on what's going on there, and they will be voting members. There are 2 ex officio members. That would be the city manager and the city attorney, whoever that happens to be at the moment. There have been some discussion about reserving 2 of the 2-year terms for commissioners, so that when we do get around to nominating and voting on commissioners for this, it would be for 2-year terms. So I've been advised that it makes sense to have a motion and a vote and a second and a vote on that aspect. So I would ask for a motion on that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, the clerk has her hand up.
The 2 years, 2-year just for now to get the rotation in, so it's not in perpetuity a 2-year term.
No.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. We're going to set aside 2 2-year terms here so that when we do get around to nominating everybody else, there's only 1 2-year term out there available for the at-large members.
Okay.
Okay? So that those who are making nominations know that. So could I get a motion, real quick, and a second, to set aside those two-year terms?
I will move to reserve the two-year terms for the Community House Board positions for the City Commission.
Excellent.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. We got that out of the way. So what we're going to do, we will work on the commissioners later because there's a chance I might be appointed to that. I don't want to be presiding over the appointment of my fellow members if I'm already on the board. So we're going to ask those of you who have applied to come up and speak for 2 minutes and introduce yourself. Then, and the clerk will time you in the same way that she timed the other folks. And then we will ask you questions. There's no limit on the Q&A. So we're going to start, and who has the list, the official list? I believe Linda Solomon was first. Linda, come on down.
Thank you so very much. In the book, The Heart of Birmingham, the community house story written by Betty and Frank Angelo, my dear friend Gail Caldwell shared the importance of the community house. Gail, a former executive director, said, and I quote, "It is the place you go when you need to know that someone truly cares." I'm here because I truly care. When I read in November that the heart of Birmingham was in jeopardy, I called a group of citizens to meet at my studio. The Free Press did a story about our advocacy, and I even gave the reporter my phone number to engage more citizens to join us. We formed the Visionary Arts Council of Birmingham, bringing together noted leaders across professions with one shared vision: to save and revitalize the community house. We care about the children in our community who will bring their talents to life at the community house, filling the halls and the walls every day. I have secured a sponsor for the children to photograph the heart of Birmingham, capturing what our community means through the eyes of our children. We care about our teens and their ideas. We feel it is important to create a youth advisory board, giving them a seat at the table. I care about our older citizens. I picked up the phone and I called members of the Senior Men's Club to find out why they left the community house and what we need to do to bring them back home.
Ms. Solomon, I'm sorry. I'll give you about 15 seconds more.
Okay.
We can address some of your points.
Sure.
Certainly during Q&A, but I need to be fair with everyone, and I did say 2 minutes, so.
As Coretta Scott King said, the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. And together, through these actions, we will not only define the heart of Birmingham, we will become it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to ask the commission if they have any questions for Ms. Solomon.
I got a lot of general questions and observations that I think I want to wait a little.
Okay.
Let me ask, is this our opportunity
This
to
is
ask
our
questions of the
opportunity
applicant?
to ask questions
Thank
of
you.
the applicant. Yes.
So my question is, Birmingham is lucky to have a lot of great public and private institutions. We have a great school district, we have a great library, we have a municipal government, we have lots of great businesses downtown. So my question is, where do you see the community house fitting into that network?
This is the center. As the Angelos defined, this is the heart of Birmingham. And it's so important, as I mentioned, to give children the opportunity to express themselves, to give the youth, to give the seniors the opportunity to bring back their house, and so that they can share memories, create memories. This is the most special place in Birmingham, and we have to cherish it. And that's why I want to serve on the board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Linda, could you just tell us about some of your public good endeavors, in particular raising money?
Oh, thank you.
Please.
Well, I have worked with children and youth for over 20 years, and I have worked with children experiencing homelessness. I have a nonprofit, Pictures of Hope, where we've helped children in 54 cities. We give children the opportunity to share their hopes and dreams with a camera, and we've changed many lives. It has been corporately sponsored by very important and noted companies and family foundations. And that's why I want to continue with that mission of giving our children and youth a chance to express their feelings and display those beautiful photographs and their artwork at the community house, not just 1 week a year, but every day of the year.
Are you good?
Yeah, now, did you have a hand in getting the corporate sponsorships? Okay.
I personally did. The first program that I founded was sponsored by the Kmart Corporation and Kodak, and we reached 250,000 children per year, with a total of 1 million children receiving cameras. And I personally engaged the Kmart Corporation to sponsor my program.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Kristen Boundy. Kristen, are you here?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kristen Boundy. 5.5 years ago, I moved my family to Birmingham from New York City, where I spent 10 years working on Wall Street. I've read the applications of the other candidates tonight, and on paper, they're incredibly impressive. But what a paper resume cannot show you is who actually shows up when it matters. On November 3rd, when it was announced that the community house was facing sudden closure, I didn't sit on the sidelines. I immediately stepped up. Since that day, I have poured my heart and soul into finding creative solutions for saving the house, driving dozens of meetings with community house leadership and city leadership because I refuse to let this institution fail. My presence here tonight isn't opportunistic. It is the inevitable next step of the heavy lifting I've already been doing quietly behind the scenes. I'm not here to check a box or add a line to my CV. I'm here because we cannot afford to repeat the past. We cannot have a board that is a microcosm of the exact same insular thinking that got the community house in trouble in the first place. This board must reflect the true modern community of Birmingham, and that means young and old, men and women, professionals, and those with young families. We must listen to what this community actually needs and provide high-value services for Birmingham residents. If appointed, I will pour my effort into building a sustainable resource that is aligned with what modern Birmingham families need to thrive. In the 1920s, the community house's founding women saw a gap in our civic infrastructure and refused to wait for someone else to fix it. I am running to bring that exact same fierce founding energy to this board. I care deeply about Birmingham. Let's honor the people who built our history by appointing leaders who have proven they will fight for its future.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bounty? Commissioner Hayden.
So I think that of several nails that needed to be hit on the head, you've hit one of them rather nicely.
Okay.
And I'll just read it for everybody's benefit and in here, because I've read everybody's, I don't even know how many times I've read them all. Many long-time residents have strong members of the community house as a central part of the community life. The challenge is helping newer generations build that same connection. Today's residents live differently than they did 50 years ago, and the organisation must continue evolving to meet those changing needs. Yes, the community house didn't work by using the same recipe. And looking backwards and saying, but the community house was this. How old's the youngest person in the room? Don't answer that, but just look around. He's probably one of the youngest people in here. I actually went around several people I know that are recent transplants into Birmingham this weekend and said, hey, what do you think about the community house? Most of them looked at me blankly and said, the what? Don't know what it is. And in blunt terms, don't care, because it's never been a feature for them. So I'm glad you're looking forwards and not saying, well, we did this in the past, it'll work, because it won't. I can tell you that that's why the replacement administration that took over from the previous one really struggled and we ended up where we are, because they tried the same recipes and they don't work because everything changed, tastes changed. So I like your forward thinking. Thank you for bringing that up and making it very plain. I appreciated that.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
So I have the same question, which is basically, how does the community house fit into the network of existing institutions in Birmingham?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the board has a lot of work in front of themselves in terms of doing the research to understand what the citizens of Birmingham truly need and want. Part of that is going to be asking those citizens surveys, whether it's at the farmer's market or via email, whatever. But another big part of it is going to be looking at the services and institutions that already exist in Birmingham and understand what works well, what doesn't work well, where are their gaps. And then also doing research to look at communities surrounding Birmingham to see what they have that we can borrow from and be inspired by to bring to the residents of Birmingham. But I think that's the work of the board that we have to do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Kristen, do you mind just telling us, you said you're involved in Forgotten Harvest and the Greening of Detroit and the Alzheimer's Association. Can you just briefly tell us what you do as a volunteer?
Yeah, so I feel very fortunate to work at Rocket Companies, who mandatorily makes us volunteer every year. And there's 8 hours that they will pay for you to volunteer, and I have gone above and beyond those every year. Those are just some of the institutions that I've decided to dedicate my time to in the city of Metro Detroit.
Anyone else? Kristen, I think it's important to note for the record that you have made a proposal to the city to take over management of the Early Childhood Center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you, in that proposal, made some suggestions of how you might take that center beyond where it is right now. Could you real quickly review those ideas?
Yeah, so when I moved to Birmingham, I didn't know anybody. I'm not originally from Michigan, and I met my first friends at the ECC, and so it's near and dear to me. But something that I realize as well is that there are neighboring communities that have specific groups for pregnant and postpartum moms, which is some of the hardest times to go through. It's very isolating as a postpartum mom. And these are also moms who are pregnant at the same time, whose children will likely be born at the same time, and will likely go to school together. And so why wait until they're in elementary school to introduce those families together to form a community when you can do it when they're first born? And so there's some extensive programming that I've been talking to other people in the city about bringing some of that into Birmingham.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Lee Trumbull.
Good evening. My name is Lee Trumbull. I have a lifelong connection to the community house. I took classes there as a child, I worked there as a teenager, and I spent 23 years there as an employee. The reason I'm interested in serving isn't because I want to preserve the community house exactly as it was. In fact, I don't even think that's possible. What interests me is helping determine what the community house should be next. Over the course of my life and career, I've seen the community house evolve as the needs of the community evolved. At its best, it listened, adapted, and brought people together around a shared purpose. I believe the Foundation's first responsibility is to understand what Birmingham residents want and need today, and then build an organization that is financially sustainable, community-centered, and relevant for future generations. What I bring is a unique combination of institutional knowledge, nonprofit experience, and a deep love for this community. I've seen the community house, like I said, at its best, and I have seen it struggle. Those experiences have given me a unique perspective on both the opportunities and challenges ahead. I'm committed to helping the community house become a vibrant and meaningful part of Birmingham's future. Thank you for your consideration.
Wow. Came in under 2 minutes. Thanks. We need to catch up here. Questions for Ms. Trumbull? Commissioner Kozlowski.
I'm just lobbing the same one at everybody. So, in your opinion, how does the community house fit into the fabric of institutions in Birmingham?
I think it is, again, basically what the prior candidate said, is that we need to find out what the community wants. The last two president and CEOs have come in with their own ideas of what the community wanted, and didn't listen at all, and didn't even ask for that reason. And I think that we need to implement systems to figure out what the people want, and using, again, like the other prior candidate said, looking at what other communities use. I do think there are plenty of tie-ins with Next. There are ties in with the city of Birmingham. There are many, many opportunities to make the community house what it should have been probably for the past few years.
Thank you.
No, go ahead. You were first.
Ms. Trumbull, when did your employment with the community house end?
December 2020.
And if you had concerns about the direction it was heading before that, did you take actions to alert anyone or try to impose change from inside or exterior if you thought it was going down the wrong track?
No, and I'll give you one reason why. Bill Seckler. I was signed an NDA. I signed an NDA.
When you were hired?
No, when Bill got there.
He made everyone sign NDAs?
Yes.
Charming. Okay.
So I felt I had no recourse. And as a matter of fact, that's why I left. It broke my heart. I expected to retire there. It is my second home. That building is my second home, and I love it.
All right, thank you.
Did that NDA bind you after your employment ended?
No. But even then, fear of reprisals from Mr. Seckler was a concern. And I wish I had had more strength back then to fight it, but I needed to find another job. I needed to take care of my own family. And as much as I love that house and it broke my heart leaving, I didn't have the wherewithal to do anything, as a matter of fact, until really Camille came back into the picture and really looked at the whole mess that was made and decided to try and take care of the situation without going into details. That was my main concern, because I secretly hoped that when the transition happened, we'd get someone in position who would really look at what it needed to be now, and that didn't happen either. So now I stand here because I'm tired and I want my house to succeed. desperately, and I'm unwilling anymore to stand silently. That is why I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem asked my question.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Anthony Long.
Good evening.
Hello.
It's been like 2 months. It's nice to see you all.
How you been?
For those of you who don't know, he used to sit right here.
Former 31-year resident of the city of Birmingham. I left because I got married. Marriage 2.0 is amazing. And you're all married, and you'll understand that sometimes you do things for your spouse that you'd never do. That doesn't mean because I've stepped down that I can't still participate, and I think I have a lot to bring to the table. I served on the multimodal board for a number of years, served as a city commissioner for a number of years. I served on the ad hoc senior recreation center committee. It was a disappointing decision, but I think we made the right one given the financials that came out with that. You all know my background, but briefly for the record, I have a bachelor's degree in economics and management. I have a law degree from Michigan State University. The last 21 years, I have been a partner with the law firm of Howard & Howard. For the last 8 years, at the request of my partners, I've served as general counsel for the law firm and managing partner of a Royal Oak office. I'm now in my 32 year of private practice. So why did I apply? Well, first of all, I reluctantly stepped down. I enjoyed, serving a city that I've lived in more than half of my life. I still come here. I see many of you when I do. I had my wedding reception at the Birmingham Community House in 1995. It's always been a special place. It needs to evolve. When I first came to Birmingham 31 years ago, I thought the community house was owned and operated by the city of Birmingham. And I bet you, up until recently, a large segment of the population of Birmingham thought that. And I quickly found out that I was wrong. With the purchase of the community house, we have an incredible opportunity to make the Birmingham Community House the Birmingham House. What it is to do, what it is to serve, remains to be seen, because it needs to evolve. It needs to have a business plan. It needs to have a group of leaders that can take it into the next century and keep it on the tracks. It obviously fell off the tracks a number of years ago. I sat and watched it. We all did. We need to restore the community house as a nonprofit community center serving all of the residents of Birmingham, supporting social, philanthropic, civic activities for the benefit of the entire community. I didn't write that. That's in the deed restrictions. That's what the donors wanted the building to be, and that's what we need to make it.
Okay, your 2 minutes is up.
Okay.
Maybe you can make any other points you have. Certainly welcome to bring them up during Q&A.
I think the priorities of the board, I'll name 4.
How about we open it up to questions, and the first question will be, what are your priorities?
Absolutely. First and foremost is cultivating strong relationships with donors. Establish a group of experienced financial advisors to make sure that we ensure the longevity for another 100 years, long after we're all gone. Mapping and understanding local community needs, first and foremost, because we need to evolve and we need to find out where it is going to fit in the community. But I think there's a place for it, and I think it is the heart of Birmingham. I always thought it was when I first came here, and I still think it now. And finally, establishing reliable funding to ensure long-term viability. I didn't mention I serve on the Variety Children's Charity Board. I've served on there for 5 years. I'm an executive member, and I'm familiar with 501c3s. I'm familiar with advising that board, both on legal issues as well as raising money for the various children's charities that we support. Everything from limbs, children without limbs. We just did a bicycle night, 150 bicycles given away to needy kids, but also kids who have disabilities, and those bikes are modified to allow them to use those bikes. So I have a vast legal experience, but also experience with 501c3s and raising money.
And I'll ask one more question and then open it up. And you are willing and able to provide legal advice to this board?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Long? Yes.
You may be able to see this one coming, but but in your mind, and I think this pertains to many of the things people have been talking about the community house evolving, is this idea of where does the community house fit in the network of existing institutions in Birmingham?
Well, obviously, it needs, as I said, it needs to evolve, but I think it needs to be, it is the center. It should be a gathering place. It should be a gathering place for all ages. So I think that and we need to make sure that it is. But I think it can be the center for the city of Birmingham, and I think it needs to serve all the residents, and I think we need to have programming that provides for that. What that programming is something that the board needs to be charged with, to find out what we really need now and what is going to work now that hasn't worked in the past.
Okay. Further questions? I'm sorry, did you have your hand up? Okay, go ahead.
I saw her hand move.
Could you move the microphone just back slightly?
There you go.
Thanks.
All right, you touched on one thing that nobody's touched on yet, but I think, and I can imagine from reading what's in this package from several people, that there's a couple of you are going to hit it. I spent part of the weekend rereading this 26-27 budget. We don't have any money for operating it. So you touched on fundraising, which is really, really important. I can visualize a couple of others from what was written here. That's actually very, very high on the list of things we need to do. So I'm very encouraged by you starting your 4 points with strong relationships with donors, because, I mean, I did a spitball on what it's going to cost to run this place per year, and I came up with $2 million. That's just so that we can cover costs. That's not programming or anything. So the heavy lift for donations is extremely heavy because there's no padding in here to take $2 million out of the budget every year. So thank you for that being your first point.
You're welcome. And I will add that the first 2 years are going to be the most difficult years to get this up and running, to make sure that we have the money, to get the donors involved. There's going to be a pipeline that is going to have to be supported for a period of time. And so you need a board that recognizes that and is on board right away to start that process. Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Kevin Denha. For future reference, either microphone works.
Thank you. It's okay?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Denha. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for viewing my packet. I'm a Bloomfield Township resident, but my office is located in downtown Birmingham. I have several businesses based here. They either operate at a corporate office or on a retail level. Haven't been in this town my whole life. I'm 57 years old. Given that piece of real estate, my background was retail and real estate, I think I've been in the community house once. So it's been out of sight, out of mind. And when I heard about this committee being formed and the city kind of taking over, I was ecstatic. There's nothing but upside to come. And having said that, the community house needs to integrate, I think, a lot, not just with the local community, which is the Birmingham residents, but also the surrounding area, because let's face it, this town draws everybody here for the reasons we all know. So having said that, it's tough where you pointed out where you got to raise some money. My background from a social standpoint is I sit on various boards, Chaldean Community Foundation, which is a fundraising arm. I'm executive vice president of the Chaldean Community Foundation, and I also sit on the Marion High School board. So it's not easy raising money, but if you build a product, hence the community name, and engage with the community, I think given where it's at and the amount of capital in this town and the surrounding communities, I think the upside here is it's huge for the community. So you can talk about programming, talk about fundraising. I think another aspect is having, some events there with respect to putting out to a wedding or event space. So, I mean, you have meetings for your staff. It's tough to find a spot for 25, 30 people. So that's just one aspect of it. But board's got a lot of work to do. I think you got to really consider the top line revenue in conjunction with fundraising too. Let's look at this thing as a business. And of course, incorporate the community, service the whole community, hence the name community, and let's go from there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'll ask you a quick question, then I'll call on the guy down here. Ever run a business that lost money?
You know what? Yes. I don't want to think about those. I don't like the word capital call.
All right, Commissioner Hagan.
Along the lines of where I was going, because I was actually very intrigued to see your name on here, and also extremely pleased for a couple of reasons. One of them was really what you've refocused back on. You're literally looking at the P&L side of things, and that appeals to my head.
You look at that, but you look at the P&L, but you also top line cures all. I'm not saying this is just a business, but you got to throw that a little bit in there in a community aspect. For something that's not funded from a municipal aspect.
And your background and what you do is very encouraging for a couple of things, because things that I see that we have entered with this purchase. We've entered into business ventures that this city has assiduously stayed out of for decades. Event hosting. There's a Class C that came with it, I believe. Am I correct?
Yes,
So there's a Class C license that came with it. Childcare. None of this is something this city has experience with and has, like I said, with intention stayed away from for decades. So people with knowledge of how to make these things work are going to be very helpful. Not necessarily from the run it, but for how it should be operated, how it is successful. And I think you sound as though this is an area that you've got experience in. Am I touching that somewhat correctly?
You are correct. I mean, listen, I've made a lot of money, I've lost a lot of money, to the mayor's point. And I say that very, very humbly. The city's government, generally speaking, it's tough for them to run a business. But I don't look at this just as a business. It's a component of the community that generates business to the community house. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So, whatever happened in the past, I didn't dive deep into that with respect to the four walls and how it was run, but this is a turnaround. But I think, Anthony, correct? He made a good point. Your first couple of years is going to be tough. They call that the cash burn. You got to raise some cash. So, I don't know if we're paying property taxes on there, but I think we can appeal them. I'm just kidding. But listen, like my partners and I just bought Buddy's Pizza. That was a disaster. We're in the third month of it. We're just blocking and tackling. But you got to get dirty, and this board, whoever you appoint, listen, they got to donate too. Every board I sit on, I donate. And that's just my expectation personally. But also, you got to get out there. There's parlor events you can have. You got to get door swings in there. You got to have some events that are low-hanging fruit to get them in there. We raised in the Chaldean Community Foundation. I was the lead on that. It wasn't just me. We raised about $30 million in 5 years. That's hard. I've been to some of the Jewish events. They'll raise $100 million 5 years or less. You got to get at it. But it's key that the board is involved. They got to do some footsteps. They got to have some events. They got to be involved. And listen, time's our biggest commodity. If I didn't want to do this, I wouldn't do it.
So one last question. I'm a businessman, not a politician. I tell it like it is. Some may like it, some may not. I love that, because this drives me crazy up here being politically correct. Are you going to be able to handle that?
You know what? Be careful what you wish for.
All right. Good deal.
Appoint me. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Stock question. How do you see the community house fitting in with the network of, public and private institutions we have at downtown already?
Listen, the public-private institutions, the community house respectfully has kind of been out of sight, out of mind. So there's different components how they're integrated depending on the institution. You just gotta, I think that's not step 1 or 2. I think that's a little bit down the line because you gotta get your money in order. And then you gotta get your programming in order, whether it be childcare, whether it be how you're gonna serve the community. Then you go, that will answer the question how you're gonna deal with institutions. Does that make sense?
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for waiting
Thank you, everybody.
through all that public comment, all of you. Sam Surnow, I believe, is up next.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. I rushed here. I didn't think I had time to put on my tie, but I was quite wrong. I actually am a resident on Bates, just down the street. I've lived in Birmingham for about almost 15 years now, and I spend most of my, pretty much all my professional activities in the city. I serve on the principal shopping district, and where pretty much every meeting is held at the community house. I sit on a couple of the subcommittees. I will admit the fundraising aspect is vitally important. It's not something that I've done. I've volunteered on plenty of philanthropic organizations throughout my life, but I grew up in real estate. And I did read, you did send it on the Saturday. I was on a family vacation. I tried to read some of the history and the great stories, and I think that it definitely is near and dear to me, but we can't simply just rely on nostalgia. It's got to be run like a business. So I started out after getting my master's as a CPA in New York City for about 4.5 years. I grew up starting as a janitor for my father when I was about 11, and pretty much grew up in real estate running income-producing properties. What I do think, and I've heard a lot of questions and a lot of comments, this is one of the most valuable properties in the city, and if not, probably the state of Michigan. There's going to be ways to find money. I think it's going to be a real stretch, but I think that at least for me, I thought about my experience, and I think that real estate development kind of ties in with evaluating an asset, managing a budget, thinking long-term and strategic, down the road. And I think that really is important when it comes to governance. My HQ currently is in the post office, which is one of the 4 buildings in the Cheyne Park Historic District. So I spend, a lot of my time dealing with buildings and problems and historic adaptation and creating highest and best uses out of all of these beautiful buildings that we've worked hard on in Birmingham over the last couple of decades. And I think that this asset has survived wars, depressions. I think it's going to be different than it was, the recipe, but I still think that the mission and staying true to benefiting the community is very important to me. I care deeply about Birmingham. I don't really ever plan on leaving here. I love this city. I love volunteering for other organizations, and I'm in it for the long haul. I've started other businesses from nothing. I'm fortunate enough to have had the opportunity to take over my family's real estate company, but my brother and I have started our other business from nothing, putting in our, a couple $100 and growing it to a national company with distribution, and that is not easy. That is working all-nighters. That is doing things from scratch. It's clawing and making every dollar work, and I think that also is going to help. And I think that I look at this as it's like every building that we've ever gotten involved in when we first get into it. It's like it's so hard to kind of come up with the vision, and then years down the road, it's almost hard to imagine what it was because it's so amazing and it's so worth it down the road. And I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to roll up my sleeves. I know a lot of people that are good at raising money, so I'm happy to tap my network and plug those people hard. And all I can tell you is I'm willing to devote my time, put my experience forward, and help any way I can. And even if I don't get the director position, which is totally fine, I'm happy to come to the committees and help. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Cerna? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Sam, you mentioned Make-A-Wish Foundation, and then you also mentioned Detroit to Nepal.
Yeah.
Could you talk about what you're trying to do with each?
Sure. So I don't actively do as much on Detroit to Nepal anymore, or Make-A-Wish. I grew up in that organization, riding for Make-A-Wish kids, that fulfilling dying wishes for kids with either seriously debilitating or terminal illnesses. My family was a donor to those causes. Detroit to Nepal was basically coming up, flying to Nepal and coming up with ways to put an infrastructure to third world countries with horrible basically lack of civilization. So I've been active and have donated a little bit to that. But as of recently, most of my time as a volunteer is really with the city of Birmingham.
Mine too.
Mr. Kozlowski.
All right, stock question coming at you. So in particular, I'm interested in your response as a member of the BSD, is how do you see the community house fitting into our downtown fabric and the network of institutions we have in Birmingham?
Sure. I mean, just from the PSD standpoint, I think that there's a lot of creative ideas that we could probably plug Community House into, other than it just being a place where we host our meetings. I think that the education, the early child care, some of the things are working. I don't have privy to the books and records. I haven't seen how the actual operations are, other than that it's obviously financially it hasn't worked, which is why we're taking over. But I do think that there are a lot of great organizations, amazing organizations in this city, including I went to Birmingham schools growing up, so there's going to be a lot of ways I think to get involved. But I think that, again, I think about it might take a couple of years before we start really benefiting the residents, because we need money. That's what I'm hearing, is that we need money badly. And so my plan would be to just tap the shit out of everybody that we know to get some money. That's the reality of it. That would be the first thing that I would think of, is there's a lot of people, but there's a tremendous amount of wealth that is coming into this town. Being in the real estate market, I see what some of these things are trading for. People are, frankly, it's hard to fathom how much has come into this town over the last, 15 years. So I think that there's going to be I think the network is probably already here for the most part. And I think that the private sector is going to be really important, because like anything that I do, this is a wonderful property, and we need to be maximizing literally every square foot, probably every square inch, into figuring out how we can start generating revenue quickly.
Great.
Using those networks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Mr. Cerna? Sorry.
Did you bring cookies?
Well, you could have asked the other guy if he brought pizza. All right. I'm pretty sure Katie Noser, are you here? She indicated she would not be here. Jennifer Farage, are you here?
No.
You indicated you would not be here. Richard Weatherold, are you here? Come on up, Richard.
Good evening. My name is Rick Weatherhold. My wife and I have called Birmingham home for more than a decade, and we are raising our 3 children here. This community has given me much to my family, and I'm eager to give back through service. Professionally, I'm a strategy manager at Ford, where I've spent more than 14 years leading strategy initiatives, managing investments, and bringing cross-functional teams together to achieve common goals and mission. My background combines business and technical leadership, degrees in engineering, economics, and an MBA from the University of Michigan. I believe the Community House is one of Birmingham's most important community assets. It is more than a historical building. It's a place to bring people together and strengthen the connections that make our city special. My goal as a board member would be to help build a financially sustainable and transparent organization that can preserve its historic legacy, but evolve to meet the needs of future generations. I see opportunities to strengthen governance, grow philanthropic support, evaluate modernization needs, and expand programs that foster community engagement. My experience with fundraising initiatives, combined with professional background in strategy, operations, marketing, and long-term planning, has prepared me to help address these challenges and opportunities. I recently ran for City Commission because I care deeply about Birmingham and its future. Serving on the Community House Board would be another meaningful way for me to contribute and apply my experience and service to our community. If selected, I will bring thoughtful leadership, strong governance, and a collaborative approach, always focused on advancing the Community House's mission and ensuring it remains a source of pride and value for all Birmingham residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Weatherall? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, Richard, you mentioned that you have been involved in fundraising and philanthropic initiatives. Can you just tell us about one of each or two of in one, whatever?
Yeah.
Mix and match, one from column A.
So fundraising is involved in, I've spent a lot of time at university and been involved in a lot of student organizations, and one of those was the University of Michigan Marching Band, which does a lot of fundraising and working with donors and supporting mailings and associated materials. So I was involved with that.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. Why don't you just hold up a sign?
I know, I should. Yeah, so same question, where does the Community House fit into network of Birmingham institutions?
I think for me, looking back just a generation ago and kind of understanding, having a chance to go back to where my father grew up, things were a lot different because everything was done through the church. And that was where Boy Scouts was through, and that was through sports and everything else. And if you kind of fast forward to today, everything's changed where there's a lot of other organizations that are filling those gaps. I think Community House is intended to be, in my mind, kind of a central connecting point for everyone. But the way that I see it as needing to adapt, and I agree with many others that we do need to ensure that we're capturing the voices of all as we shape the vision and the product. But kind of my hypothesis going in is a way to connect the threads to the other existing parts of the community, whether it be through churches or whether it be through daycare centers or other areas that people connect through. So it's kind of that central hub. How do we enhance those offerings? How do we bring a connecting point into the various other areas of people's lives that they're involved in today?
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Racklin Hoff. Familiar name.
Well, first, I want to thank the commission for making this decision to save the community house, because I think that it's such a valuable asset in our community, and I worked with some of the others, many of whom are applying, to help to save the house, and you did it. I'd like to begin by telling you a little bit of my background, as many of you know some of it, that I think prepares me for holding a foundation position. First of all, as far as my career goes, I was in public relations and marketing. And so I did that for many years, including several fundraising efforts. I produced the Jerry Lewis Telethon, which was strictly fundraising, for 6 years, the Channel 56 auction, and several other. I wrote all the materials for those types of programs. So professionally, I do have experience in fundraising and in marketing. I also have a linkage with the community house. For many years, I've lived in Birmingham for 49 years now, and I was very involved with the community house. From the time my children were young and they took dancing lessons there, I served on the marketing committee, and as recently as last year, I taught classes there. So I think it's a real asset in our community. Also, my background in serving on boards and committees. I've done a lot of that. As you know, as far as community service goes, I was on the City Commission for 20 years and served as mayor 3 times. I also chaired the Foundation for Birmingham Senior Residents for 19 years until it was dissolved and absorbed by Next. So I am familiar with that. I am also a mediator in Oakland County, the only mediator for small claims court at 48th District Court, which I do as a volunteer. So I have the experience of resolving conflict, of working with people to resolve conflict. So I think that I have a lot of applicable experience. But that said, equally as important as passion and experience is an ability to do strategic planning and to accept fiscal responsibility. These are key to the future success of the community house. Having been on the commission, I am very familiar with budgeting and have looked at the budgets, what was just held up here, the budget document. The thing that we have to do is make certain that the community house is self-supporting, or else it's going to fall on the city. And that is a key element of where we go moving forward. So I would say strategic planning and fiscal responsibility are primary considerations moving forward. We don't want the community house to be a burden on city finances or taxpayer dollars. So in order to do that, as far as the strategy goes, I feel we have to identify the current wants and needs by involving community input. And that's exactly what several of the other people have said. We have to reach out and get people involved, hear what they want. The community house may not be doing exactly the same things as it has in the past, as we know. But that's what we have to look at. What do we need to do? What does the community house need to offer to ensure success? Okay, that's enough.
Thank you. Thank you. And, if you have other points, politicians are very good at answering questions, not answering questions, and so.
Well, I hope I answered.
No, what I mean is you can, if you have other points you'd like to make, he's going to ask you a question. You can make any points you want. Kevin.
All right. So where do you see the community house fitting into the network of existing institutions in Birmingham?
Well, first of all, I think it is a landmark building in downtown Birmingham, and I would be very upset if it was destroyed. I think it's a beautiful building, and it contributes to the whole look with Shane Park and the community. So, as far as the building goes, I want it to stay there. As far as the future, again, I say we have to do strategic planning. We have to do outreach. We have to find out what people want to be done with this building. And so that's my answer. I can't say definitely. I want the building to be there, definitely, but I don't know exactly, will it offer classes? Will it offer a preschool? Will it be primarily banquet and catering? I don't know at this point. But I think with the cross-section of people that you have here tonight that I've heard, I think that we'll come up with strategic planning if I'm on the foundation board.
No, we'll probably do it either way. But thank you. Thank you very much. No other questions? Any other questions for Commissioner Hoff? Okay. Next up is Kathleen Devereaux. Are you here, Kathleen?
Zoom.
She's on Zoom. Ms. Devereaux, you may unmute yourself at this point, I think.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Kathleen Devereaux, Birmingham resident for 47 years. What is the first duty of a foundation director as I see it? Responsible, responsive, and accountable governance. We must adhere faithfully to the mission and ensure that the community house operates as the community center it was intended to be. A director has a fiduciary responsibility to the community house's stakeholders, namely the public, the city, and the donors. but the board cannot carry out its responsibilities if it is unduly beholden to any particular stakeholder. We must always remember that the community house management reports to the board, not the other way around, and the board reports to the city and the public. Times have changed, but I don't think the community house is outdated. There is just as much need for it today as there was in 1923 when Ruth Shane and a group of ladies sat down in someone's living room and said, "This town doesn't have a community center and we need one." If appointed to the board, I pledge to be faithful to these operating principles. I will help avoid the missteps of the past while helping to usher the community house into the future. If you rebuild it, they will come. Thank you.
Thank you. And you came in 25 seconds short, so thank you for that, too. And Ms. Devereaux, I would be remiss if I didn't thank you wholeheartedly. The city of Birmingham and the residents of Birmingham owe you a gigantic debt of gratitude for what you've done in, thank you, in exposing the deed restrictions and getting us on the move in that direction. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I will open it up to questions. Commissioner Host.
I have two questions, but it's for the city attorney. Number one, are these meetings going to be OMA'd, or can Kathleen Zoom in?
That's a really good question, and I'm glad you asked it because I wanted to clarify something as people have been talking. This board is going to be the governing body of a 501c3. It will not be a public entity. It will not, therefore, be driven by the confines of the Open Meetings Act because it's not a public entity. It is going to be the board of a 501c3, which makes us a little different than this normal appointments that the city commission makes. So this foundation has to start somewhere, hence why you are choosing its founding board members. But after this, the board will be self-governing. The purpose of having two city commissioners on the board is to be the watchdog to assure that this public asset is being treated appropriately and following the deed restrictions. So that's the purpose of having the commissioners on the board. Whether or not the board chooses to open their meetings to the public is going to be up to the board, but they are not a public entity confined to the OMA. So may Ms. Devereaux Zoom in? That, again, will be up to the board to determine once they have their bylaws established and accepted by the board.
Okay, another question. She's on the Board of Review. Is there a conflict?
No, because again, it's not a city board. You are establishing it. It has to start somewhere, but this foundation will be its own 501c3, self-governing.
Other questions for Ms. Devereaux? Questions for Ms. Devereaux? Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes, same question to you, Ms. Devereaux. Where do you see the community house fitting into the network of institutions in Birmingham?
Well, for the last 100 years or so, it's been our only community center, and it will fit even better into the fabric of the city and of downtown if we ensure that it starts acting like one again.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Devereaux. Next up is Eva Kirkman. Eva?
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ava Kirkman. I'm a lifelong resident of the Poppleton Park neighborhood in Birmingham. Although I spent time away for school in New York City and starting my nonprofit career in Los Angeles, Birmingham has always remained home and was the place that I cared about from afar. I've always believed that strong communities depend on residents who are willing to invest their time and talent. That belief has led me to serve as the Vice Chair of the YMCA Camping Services Board and a board member of Impact 100 Oakland County. Closer to our home, I also serve on the Birmingham Museum Board, reflecting my commitment to the organizations that help define and strengthen our local community. Professionally, I'm an Assistant Vice President with CCS Fundraising, a global nonprofit consulting firm, where I have the pleasure to work with organizations across the Midwest as they address their unique needs through fundraising and planning initiatives. I've led fundraising efforts ranging from $6 million to $80 million, giving me experience working with organizations at many different stages of growth and transformation. Birmingham residents care deeply about the community house. The conversations surrounding its future demonstrated this. Now the city and the future board members have an opportunity to rebuild the organization with sustainability in mind. To me, that means continuing to listen to residents as it relates to programming and future activities, exercising strong financial stewardship, cultivating donor and community support through new fundraising strategies, and operating with transparency needed to build the confidence in the organization and its future. I'll be an excellent addition to the board because I bring the professional skills needed to support the foundation's long-term success and the valuable perspective of a resident who cares deeply about our city and its future. Beginning on day one of the formation of this board, I will make an immediate and meaningful contribution to the foundation's work. Thank you.
Thanks. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Thank you very much for applying. I am very interested in your work with CCS fundraising. I had a couple of questions about that. You seem to have really relevant, diverse fundraising background. Does your organization support working for a nonprofit in a volunteer capacity that in the same way former Commissioner Long is willing to provide legal advice, would you be able to provide fundraising advice, guidance, strategy to this board?
Absolutely. It's actually really encouraged that every director at CCS is involved in their communities in some ways. In fact, if you look at our partnership at the firm, many of them are involved on national nonprofit boards. As you also heard, I'm a member of several additional nonprofit boards myself where I lend my time and talent. So would be happy to continue that in this capacity.
And you said that you had worked with organizations at many different stages of growth. There's nothing shakier than a brand new 501c3.
Sure.
So have you worked with early startup, early phase?
Usually my role in campaign work is coming into an organization as they're addressing challenges or needs. Not necessarily new, but definitely looking at challenges and coming in to say, how can we support you? How can we listen? And how can we make changes? So for example, a recent client I was with had a stalled campaign. They had raised $12 million. The goal kept growing because they started the campaign in 2019. And as you can imagine, by 2026, that's inflated to $33 million. So when I showed up day one, my job was to listen, understand the needs, and reassess the way that we can grow the campaign. I'm really proud to say that concluded in January, and we had reached that new goal. So in 6 months, had gone from a full stall at $12 million to $33 million by, coming up with really just unique strategies, thinking about re-engaging prospects, stewardship, strengthening relationships, and then building out a robust public phase after those leadership level gifts.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, or two, or three. You heard at least one or two people mention that there seems to be an enormous amount of pent-up money in this town. And that's probably in your lifetime that it's gotten, the way it is. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on how to tap into that quickly.
Yes. So actually, I appreciated what you said. Tap the shit out of everyone we know. And my initial thought was, okay, I love it, but let's be strategic. So how are we doing that? As board, as a volunteer committee that we might form underneath us, gathering those names and then really putting the research and data behind it. It's one thing to go out and ask someone, hey, would you like to support us with $10,000? It's another thing to really be informed about their potential giving capacity, their affinity and affiliation to the organization, and then to say, Actually, what we'd like to ask you for today is $1 million over 5 years and paid over a pledge period to really maximize that gift. So that's some of the types of strategic fundraising that we utilize during campaigns that I think I could lend just a bit of marry the need to go fast while also being strategic and not leaving money behind on the table, as that can often be a pitfall of fundraising, especially in a time crunch.
You've been doing this for some time.
Yes, I've been in nonprofit fundraising for about 11 years now.
Okay. Do you see a bright future for the community house?
I hope so. You know, to answer Kevin's question, in advance, one thing that I think is talked about a lot in public discourse right now is the need for third spaces, talking about those spaces that communities can gather that are not restaurants or bars. And I think we already in Birmingham have those spaces through the museum and the library, but there's a unique need and opportunity for the community house to fill some of those other types of needs that can exist in a community. For example, growing up here, I remember it was very cool when my parents finally let me go walk to Birmingham by myself and go to the movies. Yes, but then what was I doing after? Sort of standing around and getting ice cream. So how can there be programming in our city for teens, for young adults, for parents? And I think some of the ideas mentioned here today are really great starting places. I think listening sessions will be very important to understand the future direction of the Community Foundation and the function of the community house, as well as, you know, in exchange for listening sessions, really open, transparent communication around the decisions being made high level, so people feel like they're coming along on that decision-making process as we move from this phase where lots of things are up in the air to a phase where the community house is flourishing.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Kirkman? Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrew Hertzik did withdraw. Kim Jackson, are you here?
Hello, good evening. My name is Kim Jackson. I was born and raised in Michigan, but I've been gone for a while. So I was born and raised in Grand Blanc with a family-owned business from my parents, and my dad was also a teacher and has a background. But I've been in North Carolina. Well, actually, I went to Northwood University, and then after a year after I graduated, I moved down to North Carolina to pursue my business and automotive degree, and I also have an automotive marketing degree from Northwood and a business management degree, and proceeded with moving down to North Carolina with the Rick Hendrick Automotive Group, one of the largest independently owned dealers, and worked in service departments, always solving problems and helping people, and that ended up evolving to having kids. Always wanted to come back to Michigan, but I ended up going through a divorce and didn't want to take my kids away from their husbands, so I've stayed down in North Carolina for past 28 years, and I've been back for about the last 2 years and about the last year as a resident. And one of the things that I've been wanting to do since single motherhood is own a daycare. So since I've been back, I have met people at the community house and at the daycare center and met with the staff and the director, and one of my best friends also owns a daycare in Fenton. So we have been working together for years. I've been actually kind of working on this project for about 21 years now, although it's in a different process. So now being in Michigan and learning about the ECC and the community house shutting down, I have been actively working behind the scenes for a new location. And this is now the first location actually fell through. The second location is now put on hold due to us now finding out that the community house was being purchased by the city, and there's a possibility for a daycare to still continue. So that is put on hold until we kind of figure out this process for the daycare and what we can do to move it forward. So I've been working with the staff and the families, and it's near and dear to my heart because I've been a single parent. That was actually the first time that I wanted to open up a daycare, being a single mother, and how do I fit it all together, and having a business mindset. But I learned that it was going to take a focus away from my children and what I had to do as a single parent for my children. But I've been in the businesses of your largest purchase with your houses, and now currently in the mortgage industry, specializing in reverse mortgages with the elderly because I like to have a special niche and help people. So
let's turn to some questions.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, you can make any points you want during the question and answer part. Do we have any questions for
You know I do.
Ms. Jackson? I know you do. So here's your opportunity.
I'll put a twist on it.
Sure.
Do you remember my question?
Yes.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, so due to having an interest, I would like to see the community house. I've learned from families the heart of the community center and what it means for the families and the community, and I would like to help grow through other programs, keep the ECC, the daycare there, and do other programs. I've also used to be college athlete, so I used to coach my daughter's soccer team as well, so I've done fundraising through there, but I've really have an extensive background with children, helping people and growing in education from my family and stuff as well, and helping people.
Thank you.
So I would like to help it grow.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Well, hopefully a quick answer. No offense.
That's okay.
I just want to confirm that you also, and for the record, you also have made a proposal to the city manager regarding continuing operations at the ECC. Is that correct?
So I've spoken to Jana, yes. I have not submitted a proposal.
Okay.
Basically, she told me to come to the meeting tonight, have the board form, so I have one ready. So
Okay.
let me know.
Oh, okay, great,
Yep.
great. But that is a primary interest of yours?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, the primary
Thank-
interest is for the daycare, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Howe, Errol Howe, are you here?
He said he would be on Zoom.
Oh, Mr. Howe, are you on Zoom? He might have lost interest.
Don't see him on Zoom either.
Okay. Well, if he shows up, let's keep an eye out. Linda Schlesinger-Wanger.
Good evening. I'm Linda Schlesinger-Wagner. In 1964, I turned 16, grew up in Livonia, and got my brand new car and went to Pier Street, the Village store, and fell in love with Birmingham. A few years, well, actually in 77, I rented my first space at 163 Townsend for a kids store. And then many years later, 16 years later, I rented 10,000 square feet. Well, it started at 600 and now it's up to 10,000 over on Eaton. I'm never leaving, I'm staying. It's what I do, it's what I love. I am currently on the board for Gesher, which used to be Jewish Family Service, Jewish Vocational Services, and I do fundraising. I have all their holiday parties and barbecues because what do we want to do? Raise money. I also am on the board for Life Leaders, which is Amy Niederlander, started 6 years ago, and I have been with her since day one, doing the same thing, all of that. And I am also on the board, where I think my heart is mostly, is Detroit Historical Society. And I was appointed a couple years ago to be the executive vice chair for John Decker, who kind of runs the whole thing. So I'm very involved in that, fundraising and doing events. I have about 6 or 7 parties at my house every year. They're all related to fundraising, and thank you to the boards I'm on. I am the lucky woman who got to do a Holocaust project in traveled to 12 countries and 10 states, and not one Holocaust survivor said no to me as far as an interview. They did it first, but then when they met me and I started talking, 486 all did it. So I'm very proud of that. It was probably the saddest thing I ever did in my life, but it also was the best thing I ever did in my life. So I'm very connected to Birmingham. I'm staying here forever, doing anything everybody needs. I have been the co-chair for Women to Work through Gesher I was honored 10 years ago, and I've been the co-chair for the past 9 years, except this past year, I was the chair, and every year we raise more money, and now I guess they want me to do it again. Now it's going to be $500,000 next year, and 500 butts in the seats. And Linda, weren't you were one of our honorees, right? It's serious people. Sherry Finn Silver, Susie Farbman, Monty Must, his brother-owned buddies. Great people. So I love what everyone's doing. Linda brought me on. When she told me what was going on here in November, I went stir crazy, because this is my heart. My heart is here. So thank you. Any questions? I take them all.
I have a question.
You do. What?
I have a statement.
Uh-oh.
I have a funny feeling you're going to be here for us no matter what.
No matter what. You know that. You know. My thing at work with my staff, and I have a great staff, is, and they have changed their language, we never, don't tell me no. I told you this. No, tell me how we're going to do it. We make it happen. We just make it happen. Everything.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Must you?
I couldn't deprive her of the opportunity.
Fairness. What am I going to do? What do I see happening?
Well, what do you see as the role of the community house in this network of institutions we have in Birmingham?
Well, I have a whole list, and I didn't bring it, but because I'm thinking of things and bringing the young people in and bringing Holocaust survivors before they're all gone. I mean, it's stuff that people need. But the age I think we really need to hit, because you already have the little ones, is the 13, 14, 15-year-olds. And I've talked to some that go to some of the schools. They really want a place to hang out. They really do. And their parents don't necessarily wanting them to go to Starbucks. So I'm all for everything and anything.
Great.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think you've done a very good job of setting the table for our next applicant.
Uh-oh, sorry.
Ms. Roberson. And I'm sorry, I said Wanger, not Wagner, because it's printed as Wanger down here.
I'll answer to anything.
13, 14, did you say 13, 14, and 15-year-olds? We'll get to that. You know about them, right?
I do a little bit. Good evening, and thank you for having me here. I currently serve Birmingham Public Schools actually for the last 18 years. The last 5 I have served as the superintendent of Birmingham Public Schools. And I spent most of my education, or most of my experience in education, because I love public education, because the doors are open to all. Regardless of demographics, it's open to all. Students learn together, they work together cooperatively and collaboratively. They learn to disagree respectfully. And even though the mission is focused on academics, the benefit is a better society and a stronger community. The community house may have a different mission, but its benefit is the same. For 100 years, the mission has been to impact lives educationally, socially, and culturally, with the purpose of strengthening the community. And this is important to me because I believe a stronger community means a stronger society. The reason why I believe that I'm uniquely qualified to be on the board is because of my experience with preschool, early childhood through age 26. And those are the students that we serve. And then, we're always also servicing their village, right? So their parents, their grandparents as well. With having 7,500 students and also their parents and also over 1,000 employees, you have to learn how to focus on a mission and do strategic planning while having sometimes the same mission but competing agendas. And so it's really important to be able to put a strategic plan together with goals, with measurable goals. As well, I understand governance. I actually report to an elected board as well as serve on a board. I oversee a large public budget, over $200 million, with 150 of that being operating expenses. And my job has me working with a lot of different partnerships, the Birmingham Youth Assistance, the Birmingham Coalition, the Rotary Club, and across a number of municipalities, because Birmingham Public Schools actually serves not only Birmingham, but Bloomfield Hills, Troy, Southfield, Franklin, Bingham Farms, and so on. And so I'm
You're
over my
okay.
time.
You're okay. He's going to ask his question, and you'll be okay.
This will be very important to me because, again, I do believe in community, and I think community is the key to have a stronger society.
So I'm going to ask you, how will you help the community house bring not just the 13, 14, and 15-year-olds, but all those kids into the community house?
Well, I think it's very important, as people have said earlier, is to really find out what is needed and what's necessary. So I can opine right now on what I believe that people need, but the reality is that we need to do surveys, we need to do focus groups, we need to find out where the gap is, just like they did 100 years ago to find out where the gap is. Where is the gap now? And how do we bring in those students and families and have programming that is relevant for today?
Do you have a hunch as to maybe the top 1 or 2 or 3 things that might end up on that list?
Well, I definitely think we need to continue the early childhood. That's not a child want, that's a family want. But our students are craving an opportunity to get together in a very constructive way. I think our community is looking for ways to bring in different parts of the community to collaborate together. And I think that having it in a neutral area, like the community house, where it can bring in not just public school students, but private school students in all parts of the community, would be a way to do that.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
That kind of satisfied a lot of it. I mean, I'll be honest, your application was part of the inspiration for my question, because I know we have the Early Childhood Center. We have people talking about how there is a need for, middle school and younger high school kids. What can they do? And I was thinking, well, Birmingham Public Schools is a big institution that in a lot of ways is trying to solve similar problems. And we also have the city, and we have the library, and we have a lot of institutions in the city that are all trying to accomplish, and as you said, similar beneficial things to build this community together. And so I'm interested in what people think about, well, where does the community house fit into that puzzle?
Yeah.
And I think that some of the things you said were already pertinent, but if you have any further thoughts, I'm happy to hear them.
I would just add that it is the glue, and one of the things that sometimes we're working, again, in silos. So we all have this agenda to make the community better. I think expanding community engagement, intergenerational programming will be important, as well as reestablishing some of those partnerships, because I am, attended Senior Men's Club and Rotary. I've heard of some of the history, and so reestablishing those partnerships will be really important. But the key and the challenge is going to be, how are we going to remain relevant and still focus on the mission with an ever-changing society? And so that's really important, that we don't go, we have to keep the main idea once that's established as a board, and making sure that we focus on that while still listening to the needs of the community.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Haig. Down to the wire.
I think a lot of the applicants in their verbal answers were given an awful lot of hints from what you wrote in yours, because I really liked, you were the only one that actually wrote down the thing that jumped out at me the most, what do you see as the biggest challenges? You actually, what opportunity do you think Foundation should prioritize? And you said, go and ask people. Almost everybody else had an idea already. You're the only one that said, I'm not coming in with a preconceived notion. That was probably a really big help to everybody's verbals because nobody else said that. That really impressed me. Thank you for that. Ms. Schlesinger-Wagner, sorry, German pronunciation. I lived in Germany for years, sorry. She brought up an interesting point, something that I've actually started banging on about recently as well, and I expand on it, and I'll actually say, in my opinion, the city of Birmingham failed 16 years and under. There's nothing we have a skateboard park, woohoo, big deal. There's nothing. We don't do a good job for what's effectively an unrepresented group of our community, and I was really pleased to see your name because I think you actually have the opportunity to bring that piece of the puzzle in there because of what you do for a day job, as you basically elucidated already. I think you have a unique perspective for everybody. So I like the way you've presented what you presented. I like the way you've spoken about what you have. I think you've raised points that others have keyed into already. So thank you for that because it helped probably consolidate other people's thoughts as well. I appreciated everything you said.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And you've waited, Mr. Bowen.
Okay. I didn't know how many more you might have on your list.
No, that's it. You're last.
Last but not least.
Yeah, so I guess that tells me when my application arrived.
Yes, it is.
So, and certainly a tough act to follow with the Birmingham Public Schools and the key constituency that is in our community and where we really need to do work in the future. But my name is Rob Bowen. I have lived in Birmingham for 32 years. My wife and I are over on Harmon Street. We raised our children there. They're now, grown and live in other parts of the country. I'm retired, have been retired for a few years. I spent my career in automotive, both in finance and operations positions, both domestically and internationally. And then at one point, I was able to take an early retirement, and I went to the Detroit Institute of Arts, which I think is probably the most relevant experience that I have in my career to the community house and what we might be looking to do here in the city of Birmingham. I was there for about 10 years, where I was the CFO and also Executive Vice President for operations, and so I did all kind of the back of the house stuff. So, they kind of didn't want me to touch the art, but everything behind the scenes was something that I did work on, and so I learned a lot about community engagement because of the operations and the millage support that the museum had, and that really changed sort of the culture of the museum. And I think that's something that is very relevant to the community house. We have to be very responsive to the community's needs and make sure that we do understand what the community is looking for, find new ways forward. My experience, as I said, is pretty broad because of the work that I've done. My deepest expertise is really in financial management and planning, which is an aspect that is not the sexiest in a board, but something that needs to be filled, and somebody that you want a good deal of competence on those kind of operations. Clearly, the mission is all driven on the front side, but if you're not doing the foundational aspects, and finance is a key aspect of that, you can't get around to doing the mission if you can't do that work well. And so that's an area where I think that I can provide a lot of value. In terms of other things I've done, outside of my professional work, I've been involved in a lot of literacy organizations. That's kind of been a passion of mine. So for more than 15 years, I've been involved in organizations. The one I'm currently involved with is named Brilliant Detroit. They operate 18 hubs in both Detroit and Pontiac. And we really focus on, we would sort of belly to age 8, where we're really working with families and children to make sure that the families and children have what they need to make sure that children are school ready. Other organizations that I've been with seem to start a little further out, and it was like, well, we really need to get back down the chain to the beginning and see if we can have an impact. And I think this organization is doing well. In addition to being a trustee there, chair of the Finance Committee, chair of the Investment Committee. Those are things that I have deep experience with. When I was at the DIA, my role supported those committees there, the Finance, Audit, and Investment Committees. We're fortunate there to have a fair amount of money to invest, so I do have some pretty deep experience there. I haven't really been involved in anything in Birmingham over time, and I see this as a good opportunity based on where I am in my life and the situation that we're looking at. Without having been that close, I always thought Birmingham had plenty of talent, and I could probably be more useful someplace else. Where we are now, I think this might be a place where I can serve. And I'd also say, I'm retired. I'm fortunate. We can go any place. We don't have to stay here. But the quality of life in Birmingham is very high. And my wife and I have made the decision that we want to stay here. And I think the community house is one of the things that historically has made this city a community and brought things together. And I think that if I could play a role in helping to bring that back and to integrate and improve community connections and make this, continue to make it a great place to live for people.
I'm going to ask the first question. Are you optimistic?
Always.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, finance guys tend to be a little negative. I mean, so we kind of, and that comes with the territory. But yes, I'm optimistic. And, and Clinton, Mr. Mayor, you sent out the document the other night, and I spent my Saturday evening reading the history. And like our whole region, the community house has gone through cycles, but it's always been able to figure out how to come back, and that's because of the community. And so we still have that strong community. So I'm optimistic that wherever we are today, we'll be able to build that going forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Host.
I'm fascinated by the fact that you went to the DIA as your last official job. Namely, what prompted you to leave automotive?
Well, I left automotive at a time when, things were, not that great. I had almost a 30-year career. I had the opportunity for, frankly, an early retirement. I actually felt that from a personal health standpoint, that getting out would provide longevity, that working there, for another 10 years might not. And but frankly, the DIA was actually something that I had met my predecessor 10 years before that, and he was a retired automotive guy. And we're standing in the Great Hall, which hopefully you've all seen in the DIA, and I was talking to him, and in my own mind, for whatever reason it clicked. I said, that's what I'm going to do when I retire. And so when I retired and I started setting up my list, I contacted them, and the timing just happened to be good, and they hired me, and I stayed there 10 plus years.
And I trust you were well vetted.
I think I was. There were a number of people on the board that I had worked with in other aspects of my career, and so yes.
One last time.
Yeah.
So how do you see the community house fitting into the network of institutions in Birmingham?
Yeah, and I think that's something that we need to learn and understand. But I think, philosophically, it needs to connect with everybody. and we need to find out what the right role is in connecting with those organizations, with those other organizations. But the community house should be something that place for everybody, and we should work well with all other organizations and be supportive of everybody. And the community house, to me, is a place that, sometime during the year, there should be something for every one of us to want to go to at the community house. I mean, we should all be there at some time, and I haven't been in there in a number of years.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And thank you to everyone for sticking around. I know I told you we'd be starting this shortly after 7 o'clock. I didn't anticipate the change in process. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to ask for nominations. Please keep in mind the terms that are available. And I'm going to allow each commissioner, if they want, to nominate up to 2 people to move things along. And after we have all the nominations, we will vote in the order nominated. And I would like to kick it off by, if I may, and I think I have confirmed that I may, with a single nomination. I'm going to nominate Linda Solomon as a regular member to the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 2-year term to expire June 19th, 2028. And I trust that you are keeping track of the nominations. Thank you. So now I will happily...
Mr. Mayor, weren't the 2-year terms for the commissioners?
2 or 3.
There's 2 or 3 years.
3.
Commissioner Kolb.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Ambika Robertson as a regular member to the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 3-year term to expire June 18th, 2029. I'd like to have a second one. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Anthony Long as a regular member to the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 4-year term to expire June 17th, 2030.
Okay. Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes, I would like to nominate Robert Bowen as a regular member of the Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 4-year term to expire June 17th, 2030. And I would also like to nominate Sam Surnow as a regular member of the Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 3-year term to expire June 18th, 2029.
Okay, Commissioner, temporary Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I would be delighted to nominate Eva Kirkman to serve a 4-year term to expire June 17, 2030, and Mr. Kevin Dunha to serve a 3-year term expiring June 18, 2029.
I've been trying to write this down. Didn't the Mayor Pro Tem just add somebody into the 2030? Was it Dunha?
I'll allow the clerk
So-
to clarify.
We got duplicity.
I have Valor Solomon, 2-year, Kolb Ambika, 3-year, Kolb, nope. Kolb, who was your second nomination for?
Anthony Long,
Anthony Long.
4-year.
Long confused me again. Kozlowski, Bowen, 4-year, Kozlowski, Surnow, 3-year, Long, Kirkman, 4-year, Long, Denhoff, 3-year.
Do you have further nominations? Is that, or do you just
I
want
do,
to clarify
but,
what came up?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify what they were.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to nominate Richard Weatherhold for June 18th, 2029, and Racklin Hoff for the same.
So you're doing the 3-year positions?
Yes.
Is that sufficient for you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We only have 2 nominations for 4 years, if I captured that right.
We have 4.
We have
There are
4?
3.
Oh, sorry.
There are 3.
Sorry, I didn't.
For Anthony Long, 4-year, Kozlowski Bowen, 4-year, Therese Long for Kirkman, 4-year.
That's what I missed. Thank you.
Further nominations?
They got all the ones I was going to.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I think we can vote in the order in which they were nominated. So, do you have that order?
Mm-hmm.
Great. I know I nominated Linda Solomon first, so is it sufficient to do a voice vote?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll take a vote on Linda Solomon's nomination. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Unanimous. Congratulations. I'm sorry, who was next?
Kolb nominated Ambika for 3 years.
Ambika Roberson. All those in favor of Ambika Roberson?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations. Wow. And Kolb nominated Anthony Long.
For 4 years.
For 4 years. All those in favor of Anthony Long?
Aye.
Aye. Another unanimous. The myth of lack of unanimity continues. And then we had, who was next?
Kozlowski nominated Bowen for a 4-year term.
Bowen for a 4-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. And he also nominated
Mr. Cernow.
For a 3-year.
Mr. Cernow. All those in favor of Mr. Cernow?
Aye.
No.
Okay, that one was
I got it.
5-1.
And, Mr. Mayor, I want to give you deja vu. When we originally did the ad hoc sustainability committee, the last nominee got 2 votes, the mayor pro tem's and mine, and that individual was probably the first choice for the ad hoc sustainability.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're slightly out of order. Thank you for the comment. We've done his 2, and then, right, correct?
We were voting in order of nomination.
Yes, and the last
We are
one,
now on Kirkman.
thank you very much. Eva Kirkman was
For a 4-year
nominated
term.
for a 4-year term. All those in favor of Eva Kirkman signify by raising your hand. Wow. Kirkman, congratulations, Ms. Kirkman. And the other nomination,
Denha for a 3-year term.
Denha. Mr. Denha for a 3-year term. All those in favor, say aye.
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 That's your 7 board.
That's it. Thank you. Congratulations to all of those who have been appointed. We hope that you all will stay engaged. I would like to propose there's no swearing in, so you don't have to stick around for that. However, I would like to propose a meeting tomorrow at 4 p.m. in City Hall for those who have been appointed. So if you're here and you were appointed and you think you can make it tomorrow at 4 p.m. at City Hall, time is of the essence for us to get moving here. Please let me know, or let the clerk know, or just raise your hand right now. 1, 2, Mr. Solomon and Ms. Roberson, yes. We're good. Mr. Denha had to leave. He had an emergency.
Ambika raised her hand too.
Pardon?
Ambika raised her hand too.
Yes, I saw almost everybody raise.
Want me to book the commission room?
You guys can both make it. Do you want to do it in here or
Probably the conference rooms.
conference, double the conference? Okay. Thank you so much to everyone for your applications, for your thoughtful responses, for sitting through this, for listening to everything that occurred. You don't have to, you can go now.
Oh, there's still
If
the
you
2
want.
city commission
Oh, we have to do
positions.
the city commissioners. Sorry. You can leave, but we're going to do the city commissioners.
They can leave, we can't.
Huh?
They can leave, we can't.
We can't, yeah, right. Okay, well, I'll take nominations for Commissioner Kozlowski.
I would like to nominate temporary Mayor Pro Tem Therese Long to serve as a regular member on the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 2-year term to expire June 19th, 2028.
Okay.
I would like to appoint Mayor Clinton Baller as a regular member to the City of Birmingham Community House Foundation to serve a 2-year term to expire June 19th, 2028.
Thank you. Other nominations? Okay, let's vote on Commissioner Long.
Aye.
Aye. That was all those in favor. Any opposed? No. Thank you. I guess vote on me. Mayor Ballard.
Aye.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we have a fully constituted committee, a lot of unanimous votes. Thank you very much. We need to take a break, and we need to know what can reasonably be removed from this agenda going forward, because there is no way we're going to get through the rest of this. And if there's anybody in the room, I see the engineer has been sticking around. I'm not sure why. I hope he's not on the payroll.
Old Woodward.
Old Woodward.
Then there's Wimbledon we got to do.
Let's get to the ones that they need to that they're here for. I'll let somebody else jigger around while I go to the restroom.
Bye, everyone. See you. Bye.
Take care. Thank you very much.
Taking a, 5-minute break?
5 minutes or less. We're coming back into session.
Commissioner Host is not here.
Commissioner Host is on his way back in. We are going to abbreviate the remainder of our agenda. The city manager's report will be noted that it is online and anybody can look at it there. Feel free to send your questions, whatever. About that, we are going to remove an item about a sustainability fee.
Unfinished business B.
Unfinished business B will be removed and taken up at a later date.
New business D, draft RFP for capital improvement projects.
New business item, did you say B or like boy?
D as in
for
dog.
like David. An RFP for capital improvement projects will be removed.
Taking it off, right?
Yeah.
Till the next meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, so if anybody is online waiting to hear that, everything else we're going to try to get through with some amount of haste. And so we move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine, enacted. Yes.
Well, I would have let you finish your sentence. I just wanted to point out that there's an error in the agenda for consent agenda item H. It refers to fiscal year 24-25. That's a mistake. It should have been referring to fiscal year 25-26. So
Okay.
just I want to make that.
So the clerk will note that change, and anyone interested in that item should be aware. So there's no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen's request, in which event the item will be removed and considered elsewhere. So we have a big consent agenda. Does anyone have any items they would like to remove? Commissioner Hayes, fire away. Which ones would you like to remove?
H Hotel, I India, L Lima. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to leave the others.
Okay, can I get a motion? Is there anyone in the public, either online or in the room, who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, can I get a motion, please?
I move the consent agenda as presented, excluding items H, I, and L.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Haig, item
All right.
H.
H, it's fast. Under the transfers from general fund, expenditures, buildings, we know what the 5.2 million is. What's the 300,000 line item for?
That is for the police expansion for the salary board.
Okay, all right, thank you. And that is the general fund account, is that?
Yes, we moved funds from the general to the capital.
I just can't, I can't identify the account numbers, that's why I was just asking clarification. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, motion to approve item H.
Let's hold the motion and do a motion to approve all three. Is that fair? Is that, can we do that? And then we have one roll call? Okay. What do you have on?
You have public comments, don't you?
Any public comment on item H? Or comment from the commission? We'll consolidate it all.
All right.
Anybody want to comment? Okay, none. Seeing none? Item I.
Item I, the only one there, and I know Commissioner Kozlowski and I both noticed this one at the time of budget, and I'm just trying to find it right now in here. Memory-wise, the schedule of fees, we asked why the parking meters are $1.50 per hour and the parking deck is $2 per hour, and it's still showing that way, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to realign them because the parking meter is a convenience, so it should actually carry a price premium as opposed to a discount. So we were both wondering why it's cheaper than the decks, because we could have fixed it here and said, even just make it the same number.
I'm going to see you and raise you one. I have proposed that we establish a subcommittee of the commission, 2 members, and the clerk, right, to review this whole thing and hopefully do it quickly. Is there a deadline?
Fees or the parking? Fees in general?
Everything, all the fees. It concerns me that there are fees on here that have not been updated in 15 years.
I'm good with that proposal.
Too. To other communities.
You did mention that, didn't you? Yes. So I would like a brief feedback on whether there's some deadline related to approving these, or do we have, let's say, 2 weeks?
Or could we do a second adjustment? Is this mandatory? It's only once a year to maybe quantify what he's asking.
The clerk has her hand up.
We can adjust it as needed. All the departments reviewed it. The clerk is mainly the compiler. All those other department fees come from input from the other department heads, so I shouldn't be the only one, along with you guys, on whatever committee you might think about creating.
Yeah, it should be Treasury too, I think.
Yeah, okay, that would be fine. Treasury would be good. My concern
And
is...
your
Actually,
point-
probably
in your
more
point-
treasury than you, right?
2 questions. One, or 2 points, Commissioner Haig. The Advisory Parking Committee had recently talked about raising parking rates and decided not to move forward to it. That doesn't mean you can't. You can, as the commission, you can do that. Absolutely. They're an advisory board. We do review these every year. It's not mandatory, but we do review them every year. Each department goes through their own. So yes,
I think,
we can do that.
From my point of view as a commissioner, I would like to understand better that review process, and by involving commissioners in it, I believe there might be more integrity. Possibly.
Use a different word.
I was going to say, I would take exception
There may be
to
more
that.
fidelity to the data.
Okay, fine. More fidelity to the data.
Alex has her hand.
I was using the term as a data scientist might use it in terms of the integrity of the data. And that's what I meant.
Alex has her
Truly.
hand up.
So if you agree that that's a good idea, we can omit that, what? Oh,
Just note, this was the routine one, and we can always change it by resolution at any time, and we have done that on an as-needed basis.
And my comment...
so we could do both.
Yeah, my comment is because that is true, and because several new fees that have been, I am sure that...
I agree. I see the point.
Pass it as is, and then continue to meet and maybe adjust in
Okay.
a couple months.
So we may have to...
And it'll take longer than 2 weeks to review.
Okay.
I'm fine with the Mayor Pro Tem's approach.
Me too.
Me too.
Pass and then adjust. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and then item L, it was just because it was pay-related, and it just seemed logical to bring that up, because typically when they have adjustments like that, they don't just get a general pass type thing. It's just to mention it. It's not necessarily question it, it's just so that we have it as a separate line item, that's all. So, if everybody's okay, we'll make a motion to
Comments
approve.
or?
I have no comments on that item.
Yes, on that item.
Okay, sure.
I'm
Sorry.
here, Michelle Moody, I'm the chair of the Advisory Parking Committee. And just specific to the discussion we had about raising rates, recall that we did raise the parking rates for the meters about 18 months ago, after a thorough review and discussion, particularly with the local merchants, who are very sensitive to the price of the on-street parking. Particularly those who like sell items, clothing, jewelry, et cetera, because they want some of those spaces open for customers who want to just be able to park and quickly run in and out. So there was a lot of sensitivity in balancing kind of the demands of all of the different stakeholders for the pricing of those meters, but we did raise them about 18 months ago. We also commissioned a benchmarking study of all of the different municipality charges for parking in the general communities around here, as well as like Ann Arbor and the city of Detroit. And so I'd be happy to share this with you so that you'd have the data that we looked at when we made a decision not to take an action on the parking pricing.
Please share.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And did you stick around all night just to say that?
No, I was here for two other topics,
Oh,
the Cave Seal project and the sustainability project, which I moved to July.
Our apologies. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, do you want to move those?
All right, motion to approve the three items as written.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ball?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Okay, as I said, we're going to dispense with the city manager's report and move right into unfinished business. The first item of unfinished business is a stop sign that we have talked about already. I would like to see a motion on the floor as soon as possible so that we can then discuss the motion and perhaps make a determination on this as quickly as possible. Is anyone willing to make a motion on this?
No.
Yeah, me either.
Okay, then we'll get a staff report.
We do have Julie Kroll here as our
Okay.
transportation expert.
Okay. well,
To address this issue?
She could address it under the context of a motion, but if I'm not going to get a motion, Julie, would you like to come up and tell us about stop signs? Thank you, and again, my apologies for keeping you waiting.
This is my second meeting of the evening. I double booked this evening, so luckily you ran late.
Julie, that's why we did this.
I appreciate that. You hung out for me to make it over here in time. So
Do you have some presentation materials that you want to show on?
nothing that's not in your packet.
But do we have someone who can get that on the screen for the public?
Yeah.
That might be online or watching a rerun on TV or
Thank you,
Zoom?
Alex. It looks like,
Page 317, I think, is what I have in my packet.
Do you want to scroll up here to go through it? You can drive if you want, if it's easier for you.
Would you like me to drive up here?
Yeah, you could go up there and drive the train up there, yeah.
Maybe for expediency.
I think,
We saw this
I think
report.
also Melissa Cota is online.
She is.
Can you just tell us what changed in the revision?
Yes,
Because it wasn't redlined.
Do you
so
see Melissa
could
Cota?
we
Yes.
see?
Okay, you might
Thank you.
have her unmute as well if she wants to say anything.
So we did revise the memo that, last time I was with you, we talked about the stop sign. We added in the site distance exhibits that were requested to show the site distance. We also looked at some additional information regarding understanding that we're recommending. There's an existing intersection that's always stop control at Poppleton. The recommendation is to make that a two-way stop control, and what additional measures we could do to improve pedestrian safety and make it very clear to drivers of the traffic control at that intersection with the revised intersection geometry. So those were the changes that we made. Also try to simplify the memo. I removed a lot of the language from the MUTCD and put it as an attachment to make it very clear what our recommendations are.
But has your recommendation changed in any way?
The base recommendation for the stop sign has not changed. We did add some additional recommendations for additional signage. So the recommendation at Warwick did not change. That's as was presented previously. The recommendation at Wimbledon, we did add in a recommendation for some additional pedestrian signage at those crosswalks. So previously, we just had this one on Poppleton. We added the recommendation to add those at the crosswalks across Wimbledon as well. We also recommended the cross-traffic does not stop sign underneath the stop sign to provide some additional clarification for those drivers that it's a two-way stop control intersection.
Okay, and the stop sign that's being eliminated?
So right now, the intersection, you can see all this red hatching, that is going to be filled in. Right now, the intersection, that is not in the existing condition. So right now, the intersection operates like a very wide, skewed intersection, and the stop signs are on either side over here. When we change the configuration with the Cape Seal, we're making two separate intersections, and it's very similar to Oxford and Warwick. And this is going to be the two Poppleton. So they're going to be offset intersections as opposed to one giant intersection. And then when we do that, in the case it is right now, stop signs cannot be more than 50 feet from an intersection. So with the skewed intersection as it is, it's already not compliant. And now we're making it two intersections, and so I can't put stop signs. I'd have to have two separate all-way stop intersections, which would not meet MUTCD compliance. So for this to meet compliance, I have to make two-way stop control intersections.
And that's what you've done?
Correct. That's what we're recommending.
But I only see one stop sign.
I just put two arrows. There's one here and one here.
But there's none on
East-west.
East-west.
Correct. We're not recommending on Wimbledon because what I said is we cannot make, it's too far from the intersection. That stop sign has to be 50 feet from the intersection. So if you put the stop sign here, it's too far from the intersection to meet compliance.
What intersection? It's too far. The northern intersection, it's right on top of it.
Right. So if I make two all-way stop intersections, then the stop sign is...
I'm not suggesting two all-way stops.
But if there's two stop signs
It's a staggered north-south in the way it's designed. That's what she's saying.
And she leaves the signs on east-west, which are out of compliance, then it is two all-way stops, because that's four.
So I've got a question about how that's laid out, though, kind of where I think the mayor's going. What we've done on, as we look at it, the right-hand side on the southern side, so the southeastern corner, is it's filled in a lot. Exactly. Why? Why didn't we actually pull the road where that filled in section is and fill in on the west side of it, so then the north-south, in effect, is much closer to one another? Because what we've done here is we've artificially staggered it further apart and reduced the ability to put the stop signs in. If that's existing road surface today, then move the southern portion to the east. And then it's going to line up within probably 50 feet, actually closer, a lot closer than it is to the northern side, because it will be much more of a skewed cross as opposed to a staggered S. Then we could put a four-way stop in.
Well, should we ask the road designer why it was designed that way?
There's a reason you stayed.
There it is. I really enjoyed the discussions, and just want to remind everyone I didn't run for the hills after the Cape Seal discussion. So with this here, basically, we did take the opportunity when we were laying out the roadway alignment to essentially create like the southern part of Poppleton more as a T-type intersection where it's butting in at a perpendicular angle to Wimbledon. That generally is just a safer configuration, more traditional. We had some space in the right-of-way to do that, as opposed to kind of keeping the angled connection to the north there. So I guess there is certainly space to change that. Nothing's set in stone yet. This project is just kicking off. I do think this is the best way to have set up for the skewed alignment, is to kind of correct the south side, if you will, based on where the right-of-way lines are and some other considerations. But with I guess, Julie, would you say in the existing condition, you said it's non-compliant as well? So going back, it wouldn't necessarily solve the issue with obtaining compliance with where the stop signs are located and keeping east-west stopped at the intersection.
Correct. And so the issue is, right now, the stop sign is actually in front of these crosswalks. And so we can't have the stop signs up front. They have to be behind the crosswalks. So when we put the stop signs in the correct locations, even with the skewed location, it doesn't meet that 50-foot from the intersection. They're too far.
Sorry, could you say that again? The stop signs are currently,
They're in front of the crosswalks.
what does in front mean? Like, I would imagine, right, you want the stop sign to be in between the cars and the people, right? You would like the car to stop before it enters the crosswalk, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we're saying is the right thing. And we're saying right now, the stop sign is after the crosswalk.
Correct.
So the car would enter the crosswalk prior to stopping.
Correct.
So it's non-compliant already.
Correct.
So how did we even?
I have a legal question. Why are we even considering this? Why, is it the city commission's job to approve every stop sign? Is that an ordinance that says
No, it's.
we have to? No.
Need a resolution for a traffic control order.
So do we need a so I can see why we would need a resolution to install a stop sign at Warwick. What if we just don't say anything about this intersection?
And didn't this come up because of a complaint on Wilton that removed the resident's view? Isn't that how we got here?
No, not for this
I think
one.
there's two.
That's the Warwick one. This is the one where it's changing a four-way stop to a two-way stop.
And it's not slowing traffic.
Yeah, we got, like Mr. Boyle, who I think he was online earlier, he may still be online, sent in a letter specifically about this one as well, where it's talking about it's not encouraging traffic to slow down, and with the number of children around here, this is just making a major road faster.
What's the width of the road at that point?
It's typically a 26-foot wide road as designed.
26.
So is it wider than it is now?
No, it's going to be much narrower.
No.
I don't know. I think at that point, it's pretty narrow, isn't it?
It's pretty narrow. I'd say in general, the road is getting wider by a foot or two on each side.
So we're making it
varies
wider
right now, but
I just don't see how you guys are making an attempt to slow traffic. You're actually causing traffic to go faster. Unless you put in a street as bumpy as the one we put on
Wimbledon.
on the phase one, cars are going to be going faster there than they would otherwise. Commissioner Host.
Either we leave the stop signs out of compliance or we put speed humps.
I don't think we can put speed humps in.
Well, yes, we can.
You can
No,
put it
because
anywhere you
it's
want.
Cape Seal.
Yeah.
Commissioner, if I can, you cannot put speed humps on Cape Seal Road.
We could put something there, maybe.
Why
You got to be
not?
able to do something. Look, we got to move this thing. We've got, to me, this is the more with all due respect to the residents, this is the problematic one. And if we say you must put those stop signs in, we're in essence defying the recommendation of a traffic consultant.
Best practices and the traffic uniform device code. You're basically going against.
I think the concern about slowing traffic is legitimate, and we have to do something else to slow the traffic.
Well, the road to the east is currently 18 feet wide. Now we're going to make it, 26 feet wide. The road to the west is 23 feet wide. It's going to be 26 feet wide.
Yes.
It's acknowledged as a major road.
Yes.
An 18-foot wide road is, by the nature of the beast, going to be a lot slower than a 26-foot wide road. So what we've done is we've turned it into a raceway.
Well, I wouldn't call it a raceway, but I've already made the point that it's going to be a wider, faster street
Your
without the
street is
stop
an
signs.
example of that.
So if we approve, could we do an approve this and ask for options? We intend to do something besides the 2 stop signs. I appreciate the cross-traffic does not stop and the additional crosswalk signage, but one of the suggestions we heard from the residents was to put in a lighted crosswalk that had flashing lights to draw attention to it. And if you can't put paved speed humps, many cities use the platform speed humps that they just drop on the side of the road, on the top of the road. I think we have to have something. We have to have something on Wimbledon to slow traffic. I don't want to vote against your recommendation for the stop signs because I understand that that is poor practice for a commission to vote against expert advice because it has exposure. But I would like to see a solution that's that and either lighted crossings or the flashing ones or added the platform speed bumps that they just drop and then can move in the winter for plowing and so forth.
There's a bunch of
Is
different
it safe
options
to
for those.
say there's some consensus on that aspect of the stop sign question right now? Good. Now we can
I would
move-
like to see not as an or, I would like to see an and,
Yes.
quite
Right,
honestly.
yeah.
Sorry,
Not an either or.
I don't think I understand exactly what the plan is here. The plan is to
approve this, but contingent on them recommending speed mitigation on the street.
I would say don't approve it until there is some kind of, I mean,
I'd like
I'm
to
not
see a
comfortable. I
plan.
mean, and, you know, I understand, you know, I mean, we just heard the city engineer say we can't put speed humps in. Maybe there's some kind of other speed hump that we can put in. You know, we're talking about flashing beacons. I don't see the problem here as being, somebody walks up and they push a button and like, the problem is there's a bunch of kids that live here. And they're going to be rolling up and down and in and out of driveways and stuff. They're going to be riding around on their bikes, and they're not going to know. They're not going to read cross traffic does not stop, and they're not going to push a button and wait for a blinking light. And we just need these people to understand that there's a bunch of kids here who are just not going to be paying as much attention, and we should design the street in a way that optimizes for the safety of these kids, even if it slows people down a bit. And I would probably push back a little bit on, like, I understand this idea about it being out of compliance, but when I, you know, think about, well, what may the legal ramifications be of having too many stop signs? I see those ramifications as being potentially much, much less than the ramifications of not putting in any sort of traffic control there and just sort of crossing our fingers that maybe we get some kind of super speed bump.
I'm kind of on the same page as you because having nearly been run over by people that ignore stop signs here in Birmingham already, more than once, stop signs really are... Drivers view them as optional, especially when there's a target in their way.
Usually, I think they view them as slow down signs.
No, I've
Okay,
seen
hold
way
on.
worse.
We've got to be working toward an outcome. So, in this conversation, is
The
there a
Mayor
motion?
Pro Tem had a proposal.
Yes.
The only thing about the proposal that I see where Commissioner Kozlowski actually has an exception to it is he didn't want to approve and then see a plan. He wanted to see a plan before approval. That spin, I'm good with.
That's fine. Bring it back with
Okay, so
speed
that
mitigation.
covers this intersection. Warwick is part and parcel, right? Let's look at Warwick.
So Warwick right now has no traffic control. The issue with the no traffic control is that you have to have enough sight distance on approach for a driver to be able to reasonably see in advance to make a decision to either stop or yield. In this case, there's not enough sight distance because there's a house in the way for the vehicle on approach to be able to make that decision. So we are recommending a stop sign on that approach so that they have the necessary sight distance to make an educated decision.
Okay. Does everyone understand what she's saying? Are there any questions about what she's saying?
Yes.
Now, you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, fire away.
Can you explain the sight distance right next to where the stop sign is being proposed? Because there's a tree there. So the tree is actually already obstructing sight lines. You can see it as the circle right next to the blue dot where the stop sign is. So there isn't actually a sight line there anyway because the city's got a tree that's been there for years.
Wait, where are you? Help us understand where.
Scroll down, please, Julie. Exhibit 4. Where the blue dot is.
Which blue dot? That
right
blue
there.
dot?
You see the circle right next to it?
Yeah, that's to the right. The sight line she's talking about is going in the other direction.
Yeah, but the sight line going in that direction is not as clear as it looks as though it is on that plan because there's a tree in the middle of it.
I think you're far better off stopping.
If I can't see anyway, I'm going to stop.
Right. Well, but a tree isn't a good enough, a tree isn't a stop sign. So what you're saying is the stop sign's redundant. People are going to stop because there's a tree there.
Mm-hmm.
And she's saying that's not the only reason. The primary reason, as I understand it, is looking east. There isn't sufficient sight line east. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to say that the primary objection to this stop sign is one resident's concern about parking in front of their house. Okay, then does the commission want to opine before we open it up to the public?
I have one more question then.
Okay.
So you said on the other intersection, on the northbound side, where there was an equally angled approach going from south to north, that you wanted to actually create more of a T, so you showed a significant narrowing and covering up of the broadness of that intersection. So if I took that exact same intersection and I took that piece of paper and I turned it 180 degrees, why would you not actually change the width of that to make it more of a T to pull that junction further to the east to begin with? Why have you still left it as this massive wide open?
Realign it? You're talking about kind of realign that?
It's a question. It was good practice on one, then 100 yards away. Why is it not good practice to do the same
I
thing?
actually believe that we did have that way. So I think I have to go back and see what type of revisions we made to get to this point. But I know that I believe at some point there was a T alignment there. So off the top of my head, I don't recall if it was from like truck turns or something similar. We're showing the truck turns there for fire truck access.
Hey, it was good for the gander in the other one, so why is it not good for the goose here?
Sure, yeah, we can look at that.
Sorry, but the logic doesn't jive.
Question, if I may, on the exhibits that Julie had for the site distance with the blue and green triangles, below that shows the turning radiuses of trucks in this location. And with that, that's how some of this intersection was designed, having the turning truck radiuses stay within the pavement and not go onto the edge of the roadway and the grassway along the edge of the roadway.
Can we see the turning radius on the other intersection, please? I'm just curious. Works there too. Anyway, just an observation.
Okay, great. So, we've heard from engineers, we've heard from traffic control experts, and we have an objection from a resident. Please, if you would like to renew your objection, come forward, and I'm going to tell you, please keep it to 2 minutes. And understand, we have heard you. We have read your numerous letters to us. We have heard your comments to us in the past. We think we understand what you're objecting to, but feel free to reiterate it and and try to persuade us.
My name is Sally Swift, 541 Wimbledon. Does somebody have the photos that I sent to the commissioners? I think it's important that you look at those. It's
Are they-
of our Warwick and Wimbledon.
If they're in our packet, we have them with us.
Yes. With my communication that I sent this past weekend.
That wouldn't have made it in.
Yeah, it had to be submitted Wednesday by noon.
Okay, but
I recall.
But we received
I think
it
we
and we
received
looked
them
at
and
it.
we looked at them, so why don't you make reference?
Okay, well,
You had
I'll
several
make reference.
specific objections.
Okay, specifically, I think, I'll skip the personal aspect, which you said, you all heard that. But I'm going to highlight the hazards. For a Warwick vehicle turning left or east onto Wimbledon, they're going to have to swing around to their right to the front of my house, where that stop sign is. Oops, that was there. And then they're going to have to look to make sure westbound Wimbledon traffic isn't coming their way to execute almost a U-turn. My husband's car is approximately where the stop sign would be.
Are we going to be I'm sorry, I'm going to give you more than 2 minutes because I'm interrupting you.
That's fine.
Okay?
That's
Are we
fine.
going to paint the typical stop sign line on the street? We don't paint onto Cape Seal, do we?
Probably not.
Probably not? Okay. So so if that's not there, there is no physical indication to a driver that if they're going left, they must pull all the way up to the stop sign. Is there a traffic law that says a car coming to that intersection, wanting to turn east, must pull all the way up to the stop sign? Do you understand what I'm saying? She's contending that cars are going to have to go way right all the way to the stop sign and then make almost a U-turn to go left. And I'm thinking, if I'm driving there, I'm not pulling up to the stop sign. I'm just going to go left. There's no traffic. I'll probably pull in. I'll probably cut that corner and pull right across where cars in the other lane. So I want to know if there's a law that says you can't do that on a road that's that narrow, it's residential, there's no markings on the road whatsoever, there's no lane markings, there's no stop marking. Would the chief of police give me a ticket for cutting that corner?
Well, that would be different, but.
Julie
That's a
Kroll
yes.
is saying no, there is no law.
No, you have to stop at the approach. So if a vehicle ran the stop sign, that's illegal. But they just have to stop at the intersection.
They could cut the
Stop
corner.
bars Where you stopped before, right? You can't go past it for a traditional stop bar. But where there's not one, yes, she's correct.
So it would be expected, almost expected for cars to cut, okay, right?
I, as a driver, yes, I would expect it.
Okay.
The intersection's wider there too. so
Okay.
people are going
I just wanted to address that because it bugged me the last time we talked about it and nobody asked those questions. So I think those questions answer that concern. The answers to those questions answer your concern that cars are going to have to do that.
Well,
They're not.
are they or not?
They're not going to have
Okay,
to
so
do
now
that.
you've got cars that are going to turn that way, others that are saying, well, geez, there's a stop sign, maybe I better stop there and make my turn. Now you've got two vehicles competing to turn left, potentially, because why put a stop sign there? Wimbledon coming that way is going to wonder why that's there. And then you've got traffic from Wimbledon, and it's not a 90-degree turn. But if they're going westbound, or if they're heading east, get my directions here, if they're heading westbound, they've got to look to make sure they don't have oncoming traffic. And they're going to be looking in their rear view mirror or having to turn this way to make sure there's no oncoming traffic. And from the engineer's report, that will be, the area where the stop sign is going to be pushed out into the road 2 to 3 feet. It's going to be added to the tree line, which makes it even closer to the oncoming westbound traffic.
Do you understand what she's saying?
I'm not quite sure I'm following.
I do. I get it. Somebody translate, because I didn't get it.
Oh.
I'm sorry. No,
It's okay, it's late, and it's okay.
It is late,
It's
and-
important to us.
Well,
Yeah.
I think what's important to you, let's be honest, is that you don't want a stop sign in front of your house. You might be making some legit arguments about the way traffic moves and all that. Hit us with everything you got. What else? Really?
I think you're looking at potential accidents. You're going to have cars that are there. A car might come along on Wimbledon that they can't see, potentially for even people with disabilities that can't turn as quickly. It's not a 90-degree look.
I understand that.
And having lived there, I'm very well aware. You got to look for the traffic that's coming from Warwick. Not everyone's going to realize that stop signs for them, even if they are going to go west. You have to look for the traffic that's going westbound on Wimbledon. It is not a simple area. And I think this is going to create more problems for the city than not. Is it?
I want to make sure you've said everything you want to say and made all the arguments you want to make.
You bring that road there, right there, close this off completely.
I think I'm good, but my husband's coming up behind me, so I'll give it to him. Thank you very much.
That's okay.
But it is something I do think the city needs to look at.
You are clearly passionate about.
And particularly, one thing to add, without Wimbledon the Poppleton stop signs at Wimbledon,
You mean,
yeah,
the ones we
the ones
talked
are
about.
removing.
Imagine.
It's going to be a racetrack. So now you're creating even more of a problem.
Well, we've already discussed calming traffic.
But this relates to the one in front of my home.
I'm going to ask, you assume traffic is moving at 25 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
If I may add, and Julie, correct me if I'm wrong, have traffic studies not found that stop signs put in the wrong location do not necessarily slow traffic?
Correct. That's why we have all this criteria that we go through to evaluate intersections for traffic control measures, and that's why we have guidelines, is that putting unwarranted stop signs in can create additional problems that you may not want.
Okay, but we're here, we're not back there. We're already done with that, so Cliff, 2 minutes, come on. Lay it on us.
So the point on the turns is illustrated here. The red is going to be additional intersection.
No, it's tree line.
Or-
It's just where they're stopping.
Okay, so you're coming down here, the stop sign is over here. So you'll stop, you see it. The people coming down here and going this way, it's way over here. How wide is this? Look at this intersection.
We just discussed that.
What's it? Oh, I'm
We
sorry,
absolutely
no.
discussed that both the chief of police and the traffic consultant.
No. Let me finish.
Okay.
These people are going to go right through the stop sign. You think that they're going to stop here for a stop sign that's over here? Look how wide this is. People turn like this to go here because there's so little traffic volume. They don't go along here and then turn left because it's not a traditional. So that was the point on the confusion there, okay? And just to put a pin.
It's just a hazard.
Yeah, it's a hazard, just to put a pin in it. So all of the metrics on historical information about this intersection, the house has been there, it's had shrubs, trees, everything, forever. Last 5 years, there's been one accident. Unsure of the details, there's probably a reason for that. In addition, the speeds that the Birmingham Police Department last year looked at on Wimbledon were within scope, plus or minus. And lastly, the volume of traffic is low, admittedly, in the report. So I don't see how that all adds up to a sight distance problem, right? I know that past history is not necessarily indicative of the future, but this is going to create confusion. The stop sign, our address is Wimbledon. That stop sign is directly in front of our house. If you're going this way, you got to stop over here, and there's going to be people who don't go over there, but they're not going to stop for that stop sign over there. That's crazy. That's crazy. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We've got 3 online as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity for some public comment on this. I was waiting for the right opportunity to discuss the other intersection.
Okay. We can discuss the other.
So I guess my question is relatively straightforward. 2 comments, but the first question, is there really a documented safety risk by keeping the existing stop signs in place? I understand the desire not to go against the recommendation from the expert, and I understand you have guidelines for that sort of thing, but perhaps there's a pilot program that could be done, keep them in for a year or 2, analyze the situation, see how things are going, and then you wouldn't be acting per se against the recommendation, but this would be kind of a separate entity. And the other comment I'll make is that I wouldn't hold on hope for any sort of permanent safety implementation. We had lengthy discussions about this when we were deciding, improved road versus unimproved road, and I was, assured by the engineers at the time there's virtually nothing you could put into a Cape Steel road, like a speed hump or anything like that. We talked about bump outs. None of it's possible with the unimproved road that we're putting in. Well, I think, I commend a specialist for putting in the crosswalk signs here, and the cross traffic does not stop. I really think we'll be missing those stop signs. And again, to your point, Commissioner, if people are stopping a little bit more, is that really a safety risk versus not having the stop signs there at all? So as you're going through, consideration of that resolution, I implore you to keep that top of mind. Thank you.
So you're in favor of keeping those stop signs?
Very much so.
Okay.
Yeah,
and you live
one
on
of the
street?
families. Yeah, Danny Seidman, 652 Wimbledon, if you remember me from various meetings. But yeah, a lot of families in the area, a lot of young kids, younger than mine. Mine are old enough now to, pay attention to these sorts of things, but many are not. And so, it's really for everybody at the intersection and in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Online, if you're online and you have your hand up, now is your opportunity.
Robin Boyle was first.
Mr. Boyle.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Thank you for taking this matter seriously at 11:20 in the evening. The point I'd like to make really is not about the junction, but it is about the speed on the road. This is already an area that is used to speed up as people turn into Wimbledon on the way to Woodward, turning in from Adams. Without the stop sign, cars will simply blow through the junction as they go west. The stop sign that we have just now means that they will at least slow down. They don't always stop. They do run through it, the Michigan stop, as they say. But by taking this stop sign away, you are taking away the opportunity to slow that traffic. That goes against most things we want to do, which is make it safer. I don't understand why the engineers can't reposition the stop sign in such a way that it is in compliance with the rules and regulations, which I don't know the details of. But to take the stop sign away, as I said in my email, it makes no sense.
Thank you. Mr. Bouchard, Travis Bouchard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, you're not Travis.
Can
Travis is next to me. I wrote in an email a couple of times, so I just want to reiterate some of the points from my email and also echo what Danny and Robin said about the Wimbledon-Pop-Hilton intersection. All of the points they made, I agree with wholeheartedly. And also, I just want to emphasize that we live directly at that stop sign. And what Robin said is completely true. Cars do not stop there. At best, they slow down, but that's safer than blowing the stop sign and flying through the junction entirely. Again, gaining speed as they go in either direction. And then couple that with a brand new, flatter, smoother, wider road. Cars are just going to go even faster. I counted up just on this corner alone. I don't even think I counted Danny's kids. They're just a couple of houses down, and there was 17 kids under 10 that live at this intersection that play majority of the time in the front yard because our yards in the back are so small and have fences. So there are tons of kids out front all the time. So I beg you to please keep the stop sign in place for the safety of our kids and just the peace of mind as parents.
Thank you. Mr. Bradley. Hello again.
I'll keep this quick. Just a couple of brief remarks. So the eastern intersection of Poppleton, there's already a lot of cut-through traffic on our street. We're a big cut-through between Woodward and Adams. I don't think that's news to anyone. And people already blow through those stop signs now. I'm concerned that if we remove them, it'll make it worse. I'd prefer to have multiple stop signs, even though it might be annoying. I think it would be better than having no stop sign. And as the last speaker said, there's a lot of children specifically at that intersection, so I think it's kind of a heightened concern. Warwick, a couple brief remarks. To me, it strikes me as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, if you're going northbound on Oxford, you're already going to be stopping. If you're going southbound on Warwick, and by that, what I said, I meant northbound on Oxford onto Warwick, sorry, you're already stopping. If you're going southbound, you're likely already stopping as well because you're probably likely heading towards Woodward. And even if you're heading eastward, there's already a stop sign at Abbey and Warwick, which is about 2.5 properties before. And people, I don't think, can really get that fast in 2 houses. And as well, it's already kind of treated like an implied yield. So I've never had a problem turning there. I've never seen one living, about 100 feet in that intersection. So it strikes me as kind of the status quo is working well. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. or what? Did you go away?
Joel Woznicki.
Joel Woznicki. Mr. Woznicki.
His hand is up.
He put it back.
It's going up and down. Yep. You can unmute yourself, Mr. Woznicki.
Yes, thank you. So I live at the corner of Wimbledon and Poppleton, specifically right in the little triangle section where the stop sign is being recommended to be removed. I have 2 young children as well, and as the other speakers have mentioned, I just want to reiterate the fact that removing the stop sign will definitely make things less safe for my family, for my children, and for everybody else who lives around here. We frequently cross Wimbledon going southbound, and I would not feel comfortable crossing more than I do now with a stop sign there. And just to keep things brief, I want to reiterate all the points that were made already, that safety is a priority here, I think, over compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we go any further, we're going to need a motion pretty soon to continue past 11:30. I see 2 issues here at 2 different intersections, 2 different questions, all that. I also see yet another instance, especially on the Poppleton one, where the residents are screaming at us, and we're put in a bad position. We're in between the residents that we're supposed to be representing, especially on the Poppleton one, and the lawyers and the consultants. And I can't believe that the lawyers and consultants can't figure something out without putting us in the middle. Commissioner Kozlowski.
I would say a couple things. The first thing is I'm not really sure they need to exactly. My understanding of the Michigan Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices is that it is not a requirement. We are not mandated to do any of these things. And so...
Is that true?
The Michigan Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices and the Michigan Vehicle Code must be followed.
What do you mean must be?
The MCL, which is the Michigan Vehicle Code, is the laws by which the police implement what you see here. So
the only way to fix this is to change the design of the road, okay?
No, there's another way.
We drive around all over the place, and we have expectations of what is going to happen. It's very... You do it, it's like muscle memory. You don't even, and the reason is that book.
Look, I know, but I'm saying I read part of that book, and part of it said, this manual describes the application of traffic control devices, but shall not be a legal requirement for their installation.
It's recommended, and we have a consultant telling us to follow it. So there's the holdback, but I believe that temporary Mayor Pro Tem Long has a question as well. As we continue the discussion, it may help.
Well, it's either required or not.
Well, I guess my question to the traffic consultant, because I don't know if it's been addressed in black and white, but the safety concern of leaving the stop signs as is. What is there?
So the stop signs that are currently there are non-compliant. The stop sign is located past the crosswalk. Stop signs are not to be located past a crosswalk. The stop signs must be within 50 feet of an intersection. They are not within 50 feet of the intersection. So if you're placing a traffic control device, it must follow the guidelines that are outlined in the manual and as prescribed in the Michigan Vehicle Code, which is legislated.
So when you say they're not within 50 feet of an intersection, are you saying they are not within 50 feet of the closest intersection? Or are you saying the issue is, well, we're trying to treat this thing as one big intersection, and if you do that, then you are in breach of the 50 feet rule?
Correct. So what I'm saying is these are now two intersections, and to put in stop signs you're asking me to make both of these all-way stop control intersections, then the stop signs in the middle are too close. That's what I'm saying.
I understand that, and I'm not asking you to make a recommendation. Well, although you could make a recommendation if you believe that this intersection is just kind of bizarre, which I think it is. But I'm saying, suppose we as a city just decided to say, no, we're just going to leave the stop signs in, or maybe we'll move them to be in front of the crosswalks, but we want stop signs on eastbound and westbound Wimbledon. The question is, okay, what is the sort of worst case scenario if that happens? That is the question, is like down the road, no pun intended, where does that leave us?
From a legal standpoint, I'm not an attorney, so I can't answer that question. But from a traffic standpoint, by placing the stop sign too far away from the intersection, you create this driver confusion and a potential for crashes. And so that's my job here, is to reduce the crash potential by following the guidelines that are outlined in the Michigan Vehicle Code, the requirements of the Michigan Vehicle Code, and the guidelines in the MMUTCD, which I've outlined here.
Yes.
It would be at the purview of the city if they choose not to go with the recommendations of the traffic consultant and the police department.
Commissioner Long.
Okay, so in the instance of Warwick and Wimbledon, I'm in favor of installing that sign, monitoring it, and if terrible confusion occurs, revisiting it. I think that is the lesser of the two issues. For the Poppleton and Wimbledon, is there an alternative where we're not permanently installing a stop sign that is not 50 feet from the intersection and not on the wrong side of the crosswalk? Could we put up temporary signage that we would keep permanently at those intersections that people do with either the trucks or the children playing here, stop signs, can we get away with some other alternative stop sign application that does not violate the code?
So stop sign is a very specific sign with a very specific use. So we've offered some additional warning signs. We can put up additional, there's other things that we can do. The problem we have is that this is a Cape Seal road, and all of the things, the tools in our toolbox are not at our purview with a Cape Seal road.
Commissioner Haig.
Fix it, it's easy. That looks like Maple and Eaton, so put in four-way stoplights. It's exactly the same construction of intersection where it's a staggered crossing. So if we put in stoplights, problem solved. It's completely and utterly resolved.
What does a stoplight cost?
A lot less than a dead kid.
Sorry, are you talking about like a tricolor light or?
Yep, full stoplights. Not even a flashing one. A full junction with stoplights, red, yellow, green. Problem solved. Because when I look at that, I see Maple and North and South Eaton. It's exactly the same staggered intersection. It just has a bridge in the middle. That's all.
I think it's time, it's time to work toward a solution, and the discussion, I appreciate it. I'd love to sit here for another hour and a half talking about this. But we need a motion, or we need, you want to make a motion for a stoplight? Fire away. Commissioner Post.
Well, I'm going to vote against this if somebody makes a resolution. Number one, there shouldn't be a stop sign at Warwick. Warwick travel is practically negligible, but this is the freeway of Wimbledon we're creating, and we have to have stop signs or a traffic light. It can't be turned into more of a raceway to Woodward.
Thank you.
Do you want a motion
to
for a traffic
continue the
light?
meeting. I'm sorry?
Do you want a motion for a traffic light?
No, I want a motion to continue the meeting past 11:30. It's now 11:36.
So moved.
Second.
How late are we going?
The 30-minute increments was the ordinance.
Yeah,
we approved.
30 minutes is the
30
requirement.
minutes. So we'll
Every
go
30
at
minutes.
12:06. I don't know what it says down here.
12:05.
Oh, it'll be 12:06 by the time we vote.
Technically, the ordinance says that you cannot go later than midnight already, so you don't have to do the
12
30-minute.
o'clock, I guess.
Yeah, but we
Until
did
midnight.
that.
We can do a motion at midnight, though.
That's right.
Okay.
We can ring in the next day.
And we
Here we
got a
go.
bunch of stuff, business that is not being taken care of.
In 2 public hearings that were advertised.
2 public hearings advertised and we've been talking about a stop sign for an hour.
So can we pen this and send it back again? Keep sending it back till we get a solution we can live
Make a
with?
motion.
Motion to pen this for future ideas that involve items such as fully controlled 3-light stop lights, speed bumps, and activated illuminated crossings, among other ideas that involve creativity.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Sorry. Thank you. We're not going to be putting the stop sign in anytime soon. I guess you can. What's next?
Confirmation of the roll.
Public hearing.
Wait, what about B, resolution?
We pended that.
Oh, okay. I thought that was on the
Nope, we pended
new
that.
business A.
Yep.
All right. Do we need Ryan? Hi. Sorry to keep you. All right.
In the public hearing?
Open the public hearing. It's 11:37 p.m. This is a public hearing for confirmation of the role for the 2027 Cape Seal Program Special Assessment District.
All right, good evening, Ryan Katz, Deputy Treasurer. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Roll Number 921, 2027 Cape Seal Program, defraying the cost over a 5-year period at an interest rate of 7.75%. The hearing of necessity was approved on June 8th, and notices were sent out as shown in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make a comment? If you're online, use the raise your hand function. If you're in the room, approach the podium.
Hi, Michelle Moody. I live on Pleasant Street at 957. It's one of the streets that's included in this special assessment district. And I just kind of want to make a comment about the plan itself in terms of the Cape Seal of Pleasant. A couple of really sort of unusual facts. Pleasant has gone without any work for almost 18 years. So something that's supposed to last 7 to 10 years is now blown well past that. And so the deterioration of the underlying street is far greater than any of the other Cape Seal projects that you're planning in that tranche of work. Two, there's been a couple of really dangerous things happen on the street, and I want to make you aware of them because what they're saying about the Cape Seal project is that none of these hazards are going to be addressed. So we have a couple of lakes that sit on either side of Pleasant, around 992, 999. There are drains in front of my home at 957, so go 20 feet and there's a storm drain, but there's lakes right up to it. And they said that they're just going to make the drainage worse. And you say, well, what's the big deal with having a little water in the street? Well, underneath that water right now, there are giant potholes that are probably at least 8 to 10 inches deep.
Can I interrupt you? Are you aware that there's a petition being
Yes, I
circulated?
am.
Okay. And can I ask the city administration where that petition stands?
Right now, it exceeds the 50%. We're going to continue to go through this process, but if we will have to redo it and remove Pleasant if they are successful.
So if that petition is successful, none of your concerns, we're going to...
And this particular public hearing of confirmation is only to discuss the dimensions of the lot and the calculations, not any other items.
Yeah.
So we can't discuss the hazards that have occurred?
No, not really.
last meeting.
That was the last meeting. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I mean, a man almost got ran over because he slipped and fell on the side of the road and people wouldn't stop. And he slipped and fell because of the ice and the water that built up and people were blowing by him and blowing water on top of him.
Do you have any concerns about the roll, about your property?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not...
You're free to register an objection.
Okay, I'll file one.
You just have to say, tell them right now. Just your name and address.
Do you object to the linear footage of your lot or the amount being assessed?
No.
Okay.
No. But what I'm saying is that I hear what you're saying about the potential for the street to be improved, but there's also a potential that once the price tag is served, that it won't happen.
That is correct. That is correct. But tonight, unfortunately, we're just dealing with the one thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I'll just say that I'm really concerned about if the Cape Seal goes forward, you're going to have another really big problem.
Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments from the public? If you're online, use the raise your hand function. If you're not, we're going to close the public. I see nobody in either. We're going to close the public hearing at 11:41 p.m. Open it up to the City Commission for questions or comments. Commissioner Host.
Where does it sit for Fairview's petition?
Okay, we're not on Fairview right now. Do we have Fairview on the agenda? Okay, let's get to Fairview before we discuss that. Is that part of this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
May I?
Yeah, you may.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Where is the Fairview petition?
I don't know the answer to that. Melissa Coda, do you have the answer to that yet? Last I heard, they had fallen below the 50%, but granted, that was last week.
You never know where they're going to be.
Well, here, I want to say something. Tommy Chisholm showed the petition here 2 weeks ago tonight. Mm-hmm. On Tuesday morning, I asked for a copy of that petition from Melissa and Jana, and I didn't hear from them. And then on Sunday, I asked both ladies, last Sunday, any news on me getting the petition? I FOIA'd it last Wednesday. I just thought I'd mention that.
Okay. We need to get as much done before midnight as we can. So the public hearing is closed. I'm looking for a motion, and could the attorney please advise on the most abbreviated way to read the motion?
You can list the page numbers.
Yep, okay. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution confirming special assessment rolls 921 as follows. Where special assessment roll designated roll 921 has been heretofore prepared for collection, and whereas notice was given pursuant to section 94.7 of the city code to each owner and party in interest of the property to be assessed, and whereas the commission has deemed it practicable to cause payment of the costs thereof to be made at the time of construction, and whereas the commission resolution 06-144-26 provided it would meet this 22nd day of June 2026 for the sole purpose of reviewing the assessment roll, and whereas it said hearing this June 22nd, 2026, all those property owners that represent a president have been given an opportunity to be heard, specifically concerning costs appearing inside a special assessment roll. Now therefore be it resolved that special assessment roll 921 be in all things ratified and confirmed that the city clerk be and is hereby instructed to endorse said roll, showing the date of confirmation thereof, and to certify said assessment roll to the city treasurer for collection at or near the time of construction of the improvement. Be it further resolved that special assessment shall be payable in 5 payments as provided in section 9410 of the city code of Birmingham, with an annual interest rate of 7.75% on all unpaid installments, inclusive of section 8A of tonight's agenda, pages 346, 347, 348, 349, and 350, which lists the Sidwell number, street addresses, and estimated Cape Seal assessments for the properties included therein.
Second.
Comment on the motion? Online?
Well read.
None? Seeing none? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Page?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Okay, the next item up is a public hearing for confirmation of the Roll North Old Woodward Project Sewer and Water Lateral Special Assessment District Roll 922. We're going to open the public hearing 9:45 p.m. 11:45, sorry, I don't know why it's late. Go ahead, Ryan, please.
Good evening again. Tonight, we recommend the adoption of the resolution before you confirming Special Assessment District Roll number 922, North Old Woodward Project Sewer and Water Laterals, defraying the cost over a 5-year period at an interest rate of 7.75%. The hearing of necessity was approved on June 8th, and notices were sent out as shown in the report. Thank you.
Comment from the public. This is your opportunity. It's a public hearing. If you're in the room, approach. If you are online, use the raise your hand function. Seeing no comment, I'll close the public hearing at 11:45 p.m. Comment from the commission. Can I get a motion? Somebody who can read very quickly.
Make a motion adopting a resolution confirming special assessment rolls 922 as follows. Where a special assessment roll designated roll 922 has been heretofore prepared for collection, and whereas notice was given pursuant to section 94.7 of the city code to each owner or party in interest to be properly assessed, and whereas the commission has deemed it practicable to cause payment of the costs thereof to be made after the time of construction, and whereas this commission resolution 06-145-26 provided it would meet on this 22nd day of June 2026 for the sole purpose of reviewing the assessment roll, and whereas it said hearing this June 22nd, 2026, all those property owners or the representatives present have been given an opportunity to be heard specifically concerning costs appearing inside special assessment roll. Now therefore be it resolved that special assessment roll number 922 be in all things ratified and confirmed that the city clerk be and is hereby instructed to endorse said roll, showing the date of confirmation thereof, and to certify said assessment roll to the city treasurer for collection at or near the time of construction of the improvement. Be it further resolved that special assessment shall be payable in 5 payments as provided in section 9410 of the city code of Birmingham, with an annual interest rate of 7.75% on all unpaid, 7.75% on all unpaid installments, inclusive of the Sidwell number, street addresses, estimated sewer said costs, and estimated water said costs shown in section 8B of tonight's agenda, inclusive of pages 353, 354, 355, 356, and 357.
Second.
Comment? Roll call?
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Item C, a resolution to award the North Old Woodward Project number 826. Go ahead. Melissa Coda? Do we need a report?
Yes.
Do we need a report?
Brought to you
Not really,
is
unless you
from
have any
FDM
questions.
Contracting to award the North Old Woodward project. We need a budget amendment for the sewer funds because we're slightly over on the project in the sewer location. FDM is currently under contract with the city for Phase 1B construction, and they've done previous work for the city multiple years prior to this project.
How are they?
And I'm available to answer any questions, and also Paul Teganglis with North Process available to answer any questions.
Have we had any complaints on their work on Bird?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion or comment, anything. Public? Anybody from the public? Melissa, that's you. Okay, anybody in the room want to comment on this? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to award the North Old Woodward Project number 8-26, parentheses P, to FDM Contracting. Incorporated in the amount of $1,897,102.80 plus a 10% construction contingency for a total of $2,086,813.08. In addition, to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city, contingent upon meeting all the insurance and bond requirements by FDM Contracting. And to approve the appropriation and amendment of the budget as follows.
Got to read it.
Okay. Sewer fund revenues, account 590.0-000.000, draw from net position $523,040.
Account number.
Account number 590.0-000.000-400.000.
Oh, it wrapped.
I didn't wrap that one as well.
I think we're clear. Let's go to expenditures.
Expenditures, account number 590-537-000-981.0100. Public improvements, $523,040.
Second.
Comments? None? Seeing none? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Growler?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Okay, next item is we
Postponed?
Postponed. The next item is commission items for future discussion. Commissioner Host.
The gentleman brought up that we ought to address the decimal levels that are peaceful in a neighborhood versus 70.
Okay, is that would you like to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, that we look at the decimal levels in the neighborhoods, ordinance-wise.
Just to understand, it's a logarithmic and 40 is...
Okay, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Holy mackerel, another unanimous decision. Commission discussion on items from a prior meeting.
Can we postpone?
Well, we have a few minutes and there's not much else, is there? Well, we might want to go, I will just note that there's a report, and I'm not sure what else we need to do other than that's already been referred to the multimodal board, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So does anybody believe that that needs to come back here for a round 2 or 3? No, right?
Okay.
Okay. Remove from consent agenda, nothing. Communications, we have a bunch of communications on short-term rentals, proposed Dollar Tree wayfinding, Westchester incident, Wimbledon, and a prior city commission meeting. Reports, commissioner comments. Commissioner comment?
I was going to do something on the short-term rentals.
We have a city staff report on that. Would you like to hear the report first?
Sure.
Okay. We have advisory boards, committees, commission reports, none. Legislation, none. City staff, Wimbledon Phase 1 project update. We've read that. I don't believe we need to get a verbal report on it. Short-term rental report.
Building official Jeff Zilke is online.
He's behind you.
He's behind you.
I'm sorry. I saw your name
Come on
the
up.
screen still.
And hurry up.
TikTok.
That's 7 minutes.
He doesn't have 7 minutes because he wants a minute or two, right?
Come on, Jeff, you're wasting your 7 minutes.
Jeff Zilke here to present the short-term rental report. I did reach out to Rentalscape, a couple other technologies, a couple other websites, Granicus. I actually reached out to Huntington Woods as the one lady referenced that they use it. They do not use it. They use BSNA, no different than what we do. Talking with Eric, our IT guy, we used Granicus before, and it didn't meet the requirements, so he wasn't really a big fan of Granicus, the software. And then since the last time, there's been 20 other additional tickets issued for rental properties for either lack of compliance, non-payment, and we're continuing moving forward with those. And since the last meeting, there has been no reports on STRs other than the issue with the pool incident from last weekend. Got any questions?
Yes, I have a question. What is the short-term rental platform issue? What are we talking about there?
There was somebody that came up at the end of the meeting, the joint meeting, and said that we're not using the right software and we should use Granicus, because she talked to the mayor of Huntington Woods and they used Granicus and they didn't have any of these problems with short-term rentals. That's what Mr. Zilke was referring to, and he actually reached out to Huntington Woods. They do not use Granicus. They use BSNA as we do. We can look into other platforms, but we're just clarifying on that issue.
Do you consider yourself a proficient in tech topics and things like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I don't think he's the guy to do it. All right? No offense. Commissioner Host.
Okay, last Monday night, I tried to take the large portion of the STRs off the usage. Tracy said since we have a 180-day moratorium, and I believe we're probably at 103 days now, or 111. If the makers of that motion are willing to rescind it, can we make a motion to, in all residential areas, no short-term rentals below 30 days are allowed?
So that is a multi-part question, and I think I kind of went over that last Monday as well. So first, there would have to, it would fall under, I think, commission items for future discussion. And once that gravitates to the next level, as you know, it would be to rescind the resolution that put a moratorium on these rental licenses. And you're correct, it would have to be by the commissioners who supported that motion. So I did miss one part last Monday. You wouldn't be a person or a commissioner that could make that motion, because I believe that you voted against it.
Wow.
So only commissioners that moved that moratorium forward could then make a motion to rescind. But again, it's a multi-part.
Can it happen tonight?
No. So because it needs to become part of a future discussion, so it would have to be on a future agenda.
Well, just let me make a comment, and that is a lot of the citizens are upset that we're not taking any action.
But I think there is action, because it's in front of the planning board right now. There is a moratorium. There are no new rental licenses being issued to short-term rentals. There are, the building department is looking at properties on a daily basis. If not, I am in contact with Jeff nearly 3 or 4 times a day. So there is action being taken. So you may not see the action or feel the action, but there is action being taken. And the fact that the planning board is diving in deeper is a wonderful source.
Yeah, but they have segmented it into 3 topics, and the one topic that we can remove from the table is residential zoning.
Nick, could you come up, please?
I'm also going to add, you can't just simply say, this commission can't just simply say tonight, no short-term rentals in residential. It has to go through the planning commission.
We got that.
As part of the zoning enabling act. So you can't just make that rule, it has to follow the process, which is in the works right now.
It includes public hearings.
Okay.
Right.
And if
15 seconds.
a point of clarification about Robert's Rules of Order, I did not think that you could undo a motion on which action has been taken. I didn't think you could rescind a motion on which action has been taken, and we've clearly taken action on that motion.
It would have to be on an agenda to motion to rescind. So, yeah, there are multi-steps.
But you can't rescind
You can't
something-
rescind just on your own. You're correct.
No, what she's saying is if you have actually taken action on that motion.
I don't think you can rescind it at all.
She's asserting that under Robert's rules, you cannot rescind something that you've already put in motion. You can only rescind it up to the point. You can't rescind a contract that you've already signed.
Right.
Nick, can you give us a 15-second update on the planning board's work on this? Have they made any progress since last week?
No, next meeting is
didn't
July
meet.
8th.
Okay, next
And-
meeting, July 8th.
That's our next update.
Okay. We have like literally seconds.
Right. And we've also heard from both city attorneys that those short-term rental license holders, even though Commissioner Host is unhappy, have legitimate licenses until April 15th, until we move through the Zoning Enabling Act process to use zoning ordinances to make them null and void after they expire, that there will be no new ones.
I'd also add that we had extensive public comment tonight, and there wasn't a single comment from somebody who was impatient with the process that we're following. It is midnight. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.